morning, everybody, and welcome to Dusty Book Sniffers. How is everybody today? We have midweek. I'm sorry, I'm a bit tangled up here. I moved everything yesterday, and I just got tangled. Anyway, how is everybody today? And we're here for our midweek reading and productivity sprints. We're going to be very productive today because Moi has a lot of work. You'll be all happy to know that I found my patrons are currently being able to watch the predictions list for the Women's Prize for Fiction because it is Women's Prize season. If you're interested in non-fictions books and you're wanting to dive into more authors that are female, make sure that you head on over and check out the non-fiction list. There, I have actually, I have 9 of the books on my Kindle. So I'm pretty happy about that. And I am hoping that I can get to some of them. I don't know whether I would be able to incorporate the 16 that are on the long list in future years, but it may be something that I look at in the future. We'll see how we go, because a lot of them are hard to get. Like, some of them aren't getting published in different countries until later, because this is a UK prize. So I am focusing on put my bracelet somewhere. Oh, that's right, I took it off because I was done painting. I know where it is. So isn't that funny? Like, as soon as something's missing from your body, my bracelet's missing. Mind you, I've had a bracelet on my wrist since I was 5 years old, so it's not surprising that I noticed it straight away. But anyway, as I was saying, it is Women's Prize for Fiction is the next list that's coming out. It's coming out on the 4th. So I did my predictions. I had to tweak it a little bit because some of the books, it just was not clear whether it was publishing or not, because I got some of these books off NetGalley, and of course Chris has been helping me in the background to keep a track of things as well. And so I took 2 or 3 off. I can't remember what it was now. So I tweaked it a little bit. So I took a couple off because I just couldn't pin down a date. So when I went to NetGalley, it said it was getting published in August. When I went to the website, like when I did a Google search for it, said it got published in February. And then I'm like, I don't know. But as soon as I uploaded that video yesterday, I went and watched all my favorites. And so I went and watched all my favorite people that do the predictions and all that sort of stuff. There's a couple that still are probably coming out. You will get to see it tomorrow here on the public channel. It will go live then, so you can see that. And for those that don't know, I do a lot of content around this. So it's changing up a little bit this year because we only have 4 weeks to do the books, and I'm reading the entire long list no matter what's on it. Even if I've read it before, I'll be rereading it because I haven't vlogged everything that I have. I've just been falling into my reading and I haven't vlogged anything. So I'm hoping that I will be able to get through them. And so I'm switching it up a little bit this year. I'm actually doing individual book reviews as opposed to putting 4 in the videos together. So there's 2 reasons for that. One, it'll make it accessible for more people to find those said book reviews because they'll be in-depth book reviews, bordering on spoilery, not endings, just sort of towards the beginning. And it'll also make it quicker for me to edit as opposed to trying to edit 4 books and all that sort of stuff. So it will also get me talking about each individual book a lot better, and it'll make shorter videos as well. So it's actually threefold: shorter videos, easier for me to edit, and easier for people to find said reviews. So so I'm super excited about that, and I'm hoping that we get some really good books and there's not too many how you going ones. I did put one of the how you going ones that I've already read, because out of the list that I've done, I've read 6 books out of that, or 5.5 actually, because I'm halfway through one. And one of the books I only rated 2.75, but that doesn't mean that it's not a good book. Okay, it just wasn't for me at the time, and I give my reasons why in the video and all the rest of it. But I think it might be a Women's Prize contender. So yeah, and a lot of the books that I had, there's a couple that have other people have mentioned that I mentioned as well, but each one that I have actually watched so far, there have been some totally different books. So even if you aren't into the Women's Prize, but you want to expand your diversity of books, reading authors from other nations and all that sort of stuff, go and have a look at the prediction list, because none of us even have a clue what is going to be on the long list. But it's just a lot of fun that we have trying to predict what's going to be on the long list, and it's a lot of fun. And either way, you will get a really comprehensive list of books to take a look at. And yeah, so go and check everybody out. And basically what I'll end up doing is under the video, I will probably tag the people that I have watched, people that I regularly watch this season. So I will tag all of them to so you can go and find them a lot easier as well. There's some that haven't come up yet. So you might, if you watch the video tomorrow, come back in a couple of days and just check the description, because I'll update it as I come across. So so far, three of the people that I watch have put up the predictions for the Women's Prize. And then probably more will go up in the next week or so, because it doesn't get announced until the 4th of so have I watched one? Scott, Simon, Haste, and the other one. Yeah, I've watched 4, sorry. So yeah, so basically more people will start putting some of my favorite YouTubers and stuff like that. So because I don't always read what's popular either. So I do a lot of my new releases. It's just like they seem like they're very random. Like one of the books that I talked about on my list has only had 4 people review it on Goodreads. So that gives you an idea of how obscure some of these books are. But they've intrigued me, because a lot of the books that I talked about on my list have come from NetGalley. So they're books that were intriguing me anyway. But as I said, a few of them have been mentioned in a couple of videos. So yeah, I'm wondering how Chris and I have gone. And I say Chris and I because Chris and I have talked about this quite a bit especially in the last 6 months. And so it'll be interesting. And we've conversed with each other, and there's been ones that I have found that Chris has recommended, but I'd already had them on NetGalley, so I was already looking at them as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how well we do. Because I say this is mine and Chris's prediction list. So you're probably wondering what I'm reading today. I am reading Penny Fesensi. This is a deceased author. I'm reading her back catalogue. I read No Angel. Well, that's just handy right there. I read No Angel not last year, the year before. I came across Penny Fesensi on a recommendation from my good friend Carissy. She's one of my book friends here in one of my original book friends, actually, here on YouTube. And she found me through stitching and everything, but then we realized we both have a love of books as well. So she introduced me to Penny Fesensi. This is book 1 in a trilogy. I now have the rest of the books in this trilogy. Thank you to Bob the Book Pusher. He got them for me, and he's also found a couple of Joy Detman ones, which was another author that Chrissy put me onto. So he got me this for $2. It's a chunkster. I think there's like 900 pages or something in it. Yeah. It's about 800 and something pages in it. It's close to 900. So yeah, the words in it are too small. It's a decent font in it, so it's not too bad. I am currently sitting on page 59, so I am going to read a little bit of that. So there is, in the front of this book, she has 8, 9, 10, 11 books so far. So, but apparently she has passed away. And yeah, so the No Angel one is about a family that it starts around this time of the Titanic, a little bit before that, and the Great War, and they're in a publishing house. And Generally strong so far, like it's strong female characters. So I really like reading about that. And right now, this one is about a banking family, and basically the main female character has married an earl of Catherham, and so I don't know, there's something dodgy about him. We're finding something. She's got an uneasy feeling, even though she's married him. Set in the 60s, where in the 60s at the moment. So yes, I've changed locations again today. My back was getting really sore sitting over there. That's not the greatest couch to sit on. It's great for laying down and reading, but not to sit on and sit at a computer where you're sitting like this. So I ended up bringing this back around to this way so I could sit here during the day in a lot more comfortable seat and whatnot. But, hey, we'll just move around the library from time to time, all the rest of it. So that's what I'm doing today, along with some crafting and all the things, because I am doing daily vlogs over on my craft channel. If that's something that you're interested in, or you know someone that's interested in craft and would like to see what I get up to in my studio, please do share Divinely Designed Studio with them. I'm just going to shut the window because the guy next door has decided that it's a 2-day affair now to mow our lawn. I'll be back in a sec. I do believe my neighbour is going a bit dotty. He normally just gets out there and mows the lawn and whippersnips and does it all in one day, but he's actually been stretching it out. So I'm guessing tomorrow will be the blower vac. And yeah, so anyway, he's going a bit dotty. He just turned 85. So yeah, and it's starting to show. No, he's fine. He's fine. He's a crotchety old geezer at times, but sometimes I just look at him and go, hey, lucky I was raised to respect you, because right now, if you could hear what I was saying about you in my head, you'd probably bitch slap me. But anyway. So yeah, all right, that's what I'm doing today. As I was saying, if you know anybody that is into crafting and would like to see what I get up to in the studio on a daily basis, send them on over to Divinely Designs Studio. So yeah, I'll be doing some crafting today. I've got to fix my machine again. I was getting stuff from underneath the machine the other day and it got caught on the wire, and I pulled it without thinking because I was in a hurry, and I just grabbed it and pulled it, and it snapped the wire, and I'm like, dang it, now I've got to fix that. So that is the first thing that I'm going to do today, is fix my machine yet again before I clean it and all the rest of it and wreck it again. Lucky it's an easy fix. Like, yeah, I've problem solved that so many times now. It's just an easy fix. I could do it in my sleep. All right, let's have a look and see who's joining us today. We have Atia. Hello, Atia. How are you? Christina's also here as well, and reminding us to pause, to hydrate, snack, tell us what you're eating because we're nosy, check your laundry, take your meds, stretch, show some love to the like button, and make sure that you subscribe and ring that bell. That would be fantastic. If you could subscribe, that would be awesome. And also giving me a thumbs up helps me get seen. I appreciate it. Saying hello to Atia from Christina. Lily is also here. I will be starting Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes today. Nice. Hope you enjoy it. Brennan's also here saying hello to Atia as well. Jojo, how are you? I have a new addiction, a new addition. Sorry, not addiction. Sorry, I'm starting off the day good. Right, we're only 5 comments in. I already can't read. Nice. A walking stick. Oh dear. Is your sciatica still giving you grief, hun? On that. Evidently you've gone to the doctors and they've suggested a walking stick. Well, I hope it's not a permanent addition to the repertoire of getting ready in the mornings, and hopefully you're feeling a bit better. But thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. I did see your comment. I think I replied to it about nesting, the book. It is a good book, right? I loved it. I thought it was great, which is really unusual for me because I'm pretty sure that that author is an Irish author. And I don't normally gel too well with Irish authors. So I was quite surprised. I actually really enjoyed it. I couldn't stop listening to it. I ended up running it through. I had it in the physical, and I ended up putting it through because I started reading it And then I wanted to go and do some craft and do some work and stuff. So I put it through Speechify. I couldn't stop listening to it. And then I quickly finished up what I needed to do and then went back to reading it because it was really good. I think it was depicted really well, in my opinion. So, yeah. Christina says, not sure how long I'll be hanging out today as I am, as YouTube is fighting. YouTube is fighting my house crazy and I don't understand, but we'll be in spirit. No worries, hun. Is that YouTube? You mean YouTube? All right. I'm assuming that's what that stands for. Ria, hello, darling. How are you today? How is the weather down at your neck of the woods? Hopefully it's a little bit cooler today. We've actually got very autumnal weather here today. It's warm, but it's not overly hot or humid. So we've got very autumnal weather, and 23 degrees at the moment. So it's been really nice just pottering around and not having the air cons on. It's starting to warm up a little bit out the front, so I've just put the air con on. But yeah, Christina saying hello to Lily, Brennan, Jojo, and Ria. Hello to Christina from Ria, Jojo, and Brennan, and also Lily as well. Paul is here. Hello, Paul. How are you? Megan's also here. Hello. Watch the video just before the live. Interesting list. Yes, very interesting list, right? Interesting. A lot. The books that I've read so far off that list, that particular list, have been pretty good. So apart from one that I put on there that I read, but we always have to have that wild card in there. Hello to Christina from Megan. I need to be productive. I've hardly read anything. Oh, and I'm waiting for the plumber. A pipe has sprung a leak under my house. Honestly, can February finished already? Oh my goodness, you are having a moment in time with everything at the moment, Jojo. Well, hopefully he gets there and you don't have to wait too long because, hey, tradesmen are known for taking their sweet ass time to get there, but hopefully he gets there sooner rather than later and gets that pipe sorted. But yes, we are going to be productive. I'm planning on doing 3 90-minute sprints today, as I do every Wednesday. But as you know, Wednesdays I like to make super productive so I can chill on Mondays and Fridays, right? So that is how I sort of set my week up. Wednesday, it's like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a flat stick. I try to be as productive as possible on those days. So Mondays and Fridays I can chill and hang and have a good time and all the things. So today won't be as chatty as it normally is, or as chaotic, but hey, things can change. That I'm coming in with the intention of being productive, but things can change. So don't hold me to that. And it also depends if Koda turns up in the comments as well. That can always send everything awry as well. So Koda, if you're watching, hello. We've already been talking this morning. I am reading A Bitter Bite by Jennifer Estep tonight. Awesome. Jessica Kiwi is here, just doing some filming now, ready to finish Amari. Amari's such a cute book. I listen to this. I cannot get away from it very much because every time I pick Mia up, the first thing she says to me, can we listen to Amari? We are on the second book now. We've finished the first book and we are now on the second book. So she absolutely loves it. And of course, the third book is out, but I'll just wait to get that because it'll take us a while to get through the second book. I've got them on audio. And because it's such a long trip up here and back down again, she gets to listen to a lot of it. But it almost kills me because I have to, I slowly pick the speed up a little bit because she likes to listen to it at about 1.2. Which is okay because it's quite funny when we're in the car and if I change it, I'll look over and she looks like she's asleep and I'll change it. As soon as I change, she goes, hey, I was listening to that. And I'm like, I thought you were asleep. She goes, no, I had my eyes closed. I'm like, okay, fine. And then if I stay at her place, she listens to it. Yeah, she goes to sleep as well. So there's a lot of going backwards and forwards and all that on it. But she loves it. She loves the audio books. She loves the fact that she's getting better at sitting down and reading them, which is a really good reading strategy for people with ADHD. And she has been diagnosed with ADHD. I'm surprised that she had that diagnosis because I think her mother pushed for that diagnosis, but that's just my opinion. But anyway, they're still trying to sort out medication and all that sort of stuff. That's going to be a battle. But one of the proven strategies for kids with ADHD is to have them listen and read at the same time, and they absorb more that way. It is actually a proven reading strategy. So I never used to do that. I can read a book without a problem. But I actually really enjoy it now. I feel like it keeps me on track a little bit because I have so much going on in my life with my partner's work, my work, because I'm a secretary for him. So I've got to do stuff for him a lot. And then with what I do here and, and then the kids and everything on top of that, sometimes it's hard to just stay focused. So I find, and I don't have it very loud in my ear. I have it like really soft in my ear, almost like someone's whispering in my ear, a little bit louder than a whisper. But I read along, and I still had to speed my books up because I read quite fast. So I think I'm an average reader, but according to the audios, I'm fast. So when I read. So yeah, it took a little while to find my balance and everything, but she actually likes sitting there, and the more words that she's learning and all that sort of stuff, the easier she's finding it to stay focused on that. She likes the sound going into her brain while she's reading along, which is really good. So, and she, of course, she copies everything I do as well. So it's good that she has seen, like, my daughter's not much of a reader, but she is now. But when she was younger, she wasn't much of a reader, and I was a bit concerned that Mia wasn't going to be like that. But she had both. She had audiobooks in the truck when she went in the truck with Brendan. When she was at home with me, she would be reading. When Savannah ever looked after her, because Savannah was the oldest child then at home, occasionally she'd watch her while I'd go do shopping or whatever. Savannah would just sit down beside her with a book, and Mia would Savannah has this like blanketing effect on Mia. Mia's a very high energy and all that sort of stuff. I wouldn't say hyperactivity, but she's very high energy. She's got a very bubbly personality. She's very friendly. She's very talkative and all that sort of thing. But Savannah has a blanketing effect on children. And what I mean by that is she can sit in a room, like the children's can be jumping all over the furniture and just being totally off the wall. She will walk in the room and sit, and they stop, and then they sit beside her, and she'll be just reading a book, totally ignoring them, not engaging with them in any way, just totally ignoring them, and they just cease and desist. And it's quite amazing to watch. She's like the Pied Piper of children. But yeah, and they just stop. And Mia was exactly the same. As soon as Savannah sat down and had her book or her phone or her tablet, whatever she was reading on, she would be reading, and Mia would go and get a book and sit right beside her, but not. So there was a space. When I say right beside, I mean like glued to her, like Velcro. And they'd sit there really quiet for hours on end. And then Nerali would be able to get her to calm down because she'd watch all the same trashy TV shows that they'd be watching cartoons together, and they'd sit there for hours on end. And so it was good whereas with me, she was always busy because I was always busy, and, we'd be out doing gardening, we'd doing crafting, we're doing this, we're doing that. So she was always busy with me. With those two, just got her to settle down. It was quite interesting to watch. Swank is also here as well. Hello, Swank. Jamie's here as well, reading 9th Netsuki. Is that right? By James Melville. Jesus. Murder Mystery Set in Japan by a British author. Interesting. Still reading Blackwood's Blue Sky by Elwyn Ivy. Says Anne. How are you, Anne? Haven't seen you for a while. Thanks for being here. I started Black Blue Wood Sky last week and got bogged down early on. I might try it again. Fair enough. Anne is really enjoying it. I must have not been in the right mood. I love Snowchild. Nice. Oh, well done. Thank you. I'm not too sure what for, but anyway. Oh, well done. It's sarcastically because I broke my machine. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Well done. Good on you. If that's what you're saying. Deb is also here as well. I'll be reading The Masked City, Book 2 of The Invisible Library. Nice. It's cooler, definitely switching from a sunny to cloudy, but hoping it rains. I like a good rainstorm. So nice and relaxing when you got a tin roof. Yes, I was wondering how you get on knowing it was an Irish book. I know, right? I think I've said it every list. Although Ordinary Failings last year by Megan Nolan, that was an Irish author, and I really like that too. So maybe they've heard, stop talking about all the problems that you have, that and start writing some good literature. Maybe they heard me. Who knows? Well, at least those two authors did. Subconsciously, they've read a good story. So I had nothing to do with that, just so you know. Going to finish the State of Us, only 34 minutes, and going to take notes for driver's license test, trying to get ahead because driver's ed class, and trying to headed because I don't know. I'm probably reading that wrong. Yeah, yes, YouTube. For some reason, it keeps giving me video unavailable on lives, but I can see the chat on both laptops and TV. Well, that's weird. That's really weird. Have you tried logging in and out? I know everybody says that, but hey, it does actually work. So yeah, hopefully it sorts itself out. Hey, Chris, how are you going? Thanks for being here. I have done the predictions list, and I've done a few tweaks and all that sort of stuff, last minute tweaks. So that is now available on Patreon for you to go and check out. It's such a cute. It's so cute at the moment. I'm at 30%. Nice. It's good. I've actually listened to them both in full. Mia's just taken a sweet ass time, so I can't move on to the third one. I mean, I can move on to the third one if I want to. Is the third one the final one, or is? Because I mean, it's sort of like Harry Potter-esque in a way, because she's growing as it's moving on. So it'd be interesting to see if the author keeps going with it. Hi, Paul, Megan, Jess here. Jessica, yes, it's still doing, Jess. Swank, Jamie, and Deb, Chris, all the lurkers, and anybody that I missed. Hello from Christina. Still happening. To my sons too. Okay, that's weird. What did you do, Christina? What have you done to YouTube for it to be ticked off so much? Chris is saying hello to Christina, Jess, Glenda, Ria, and Jamie. Cassie is also here. Hello, darling. How are you? Thank you for being here. You sound like you're feeling better. Yeah, I think I just needed sleep more than anything. My head, I still had a slight headache when I woke up yesterday. And I finished off the vlog pretty early on. Like, I just basically got off sprints and rounded out my vlog, edited that. And I didn't get a very long nap, but I just had a nap. But I was, the last 2 nights I've been in bed at 9 o'clock and out for the count by 9:30, 10 o'clock the latest. I think it was about 9:45 last night. I still have my glands are up. So whatever it is, I'm fighting it off. But yeah, I feel a heap better than I did on Monday. I actually felt really shit on Monday on that. But I think just 2 really good nights, 2 nights of sleeping, a good 6 and 7 hours is what I needed. So, yeah, I don't know what was going on. But anyway, it is what it is. Hey, Chris, question mark, about? You answered the question before I typed it. Hello to Cassia from Christina. Hi, Christina from Cassia. Alicia's also here, just joining, making dinner, tacos, and working on my book journal at the moment. Nice. That's an excellent superpower for a teacher. Yeah, she's actually done it on. She did it with, and it's all the kids, all the naughty kids. When she went, because, as you know, she's starting to be a teacher. She's going into her 3rd year. She's back at uni this week. But she had a prac in her 1st year, and she went in. She's a high school teacher as well. So she went into a year 10 or a year 9 class or something, and there was a kid in that class that the teacher was struggling like nothing else with this kid. He was all over the place. So she just said to the teacher, I'm just going to go and sit next to him. So she walked over and sat down. And even the teacher was like, she goes, I actually did it in a classroom setting, Mum. I'm like, what did you do? She goes, I just went and sat next to this kid that was so naughty. And he just stopped. And he just sat there, and then he was really engaged for the rest of because she was in that class with that class in all different settings all week. And he just basically, yeah, he was really calm and all the rest of it. So yeah, it's quite interesting when she does it, and she doesn't intentionally do it. She just knows that she has the ability to do it, and so she just sits and doesn't say anything, doesn't get into it with anybody, just sits on that. So yeah, it is definitely going to be a superpower until she finds someone like me. And then I'll just push. I push back. Oh my gosh, that gave me goosebumps, Nicole. Can I borrow Savannah for a few hours a day? Oh, that's okay. She's not here to get upset about it. It's only one N in her name, but with a H, yes, because it's Savannah. That is how you pronounce her name. It's all right. Remember to hydrate. Thank you, Nightbot. Thanks for showing up early and show some love. And remember to just like fully spam the comments. Christina says, hello to Alicia. There's at least 2 more expected in the Amari series. Oh, yeah, cool. I hadn't checked it out because it's not like I read the middle grade books because Mia's coming up to that, and I sort of want to vet them a little bit because I don't want it to cause problems for her mum, because her mum's not a great reader or anything like that. Like, she reads, but she's not into it like Savannah and I, and Brendan are. So, and even Mia is. Mia's got a huge collection of books. She's got books here. She's got books at home, all that sort of stuff. So at least there's going to be a couple more, which is good. I might hold off buying the physical copies then until they're all out, because I got 2 which are special. Like, they got the really pretty covers on them and everything. I don't even know where they are. They must be down on her shelf. Yeah, I think they're down on her shelf. So they were a box set, the first 2 that come out, and the third one I can't even find it like that. So I think I'm just going to wait and buy the hardcover, and their hardcovers as well. So I couldn't find a hardcover here, so I might have to order it in from the UK or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I might just hold off on that. Good afternoon, Elena. How are you? Thank you for being here. Logged in and out, closed the tab, reopened, restarted all devices, and just have to go the long way around. Keep my fingers crossed. I was on Vanessa's today for about 2 or 3 hours, and suddenly it was gone again. Well, there you go. I've not had that problem before. But there may be some updates. Maybe that's what the problem is. You know, there's probably other people it's happening to as well. Because remember when all the comments wouldn't work, and then suddenly we got a big update. So maybe that's what's happening in the background that's messing with it. Mary's also here as well. Hello, Mary. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here. Hello to Mary from Christina. Hello to Glenda from Elena. The question mark was how are you feeling? Enter button, got happy. That's so funny. No, we're not doing the wheel. We're just doing 90 today because I've got a lot to get done today. I have to be very, very productive. And I'm hoping to get very, very productive. So, yeah. Laura Bell is also here as well. Hello. Oh, speaking of timers, I should probably bring that up. Because I have not done that yet, because I was running a little bit late this morning. But let me just change this. Midweek meeting sprints. And I don't want that picture. I want a different picture today. I think we might go to the mountains. Yes, I like the mountains. So the quote for today is, keep going. Your hardest times often lead to the greatest moments. Very, very nice. I like that. So yeah. Hello to Laura Bell. Watched the prediction video earlier, but just commented, excited for the long list. I know, I'm excited too. This next 2 weeks is going to be so long. So long. Yeah, I was actually quite surprised because I watched, like, I'd woken up just as they were getting to the end of the plot along, but I didn't watch any prediction lists or anything like that. But I went and watched the long list, and then subsequently went and watched the plot along and went and looked up the books and all the rest of it. And a lot of those books actually, like, I'm like, I would want to read that. Especially when I was watching Louise Savage, she was unboxing the books, and just when she was talking about them and all the rest of it, I'm like, wow, I would have gladly read all those books. So next year, I don't know if I won't be able to do the nonfiction next year, because I will actually be in the UK next year when that is announced. So it probably won't be until the following year. It just depends, actually, because Savannah and I together, sometimes we can spend copious amounts of time together, but actually not talk to each other and just read. So there's lots of that. But I'm thinking that next year I'm actually going to do my predictions video in the UK. So yeah, so it is a UK prize after all, so that'll be really cool to do that. So I will film that because I will be editing and stuff while I'm over there. So yeah, I'm thinking of getting a smaller computer that I can take with me. Savannah had one that was quite a small one. It was only about yay big. I think it was like 10 inches, 12 inches, something like that. But it was really lightweight. So I'm thinking that I'm going to get something like that to take with me to do editing, and just editing only. Because there's going to be lots of videos and stuff that I want to take, and the easiest thing to do is edit it and just get it up. Or I can just take it off my phone and upload it onto YouTube, and then use their editing software and use my tablet for it or whatever. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that I can get a small computer from the markets near Savannah's place, just a secondhand one, refurbished one. So, but I thought that'd be a good idea to do the prediction video next year, and in the UK. So yeah. Hello to Christina from Laura Bell. No, thank you. I don't want hard moments. I want easy moments to lead to my best moments. That's fair. That's fair. Hello, Christina, from Alicia. And the Wistrek book about the course system is really good. When I heard that, like, at first I thought it was like a family book. When I heard that, like, because I wasn't really watching, I was just listening to the announcement video. But then when I heard it was actually about the law system and the injustices and all that sort of stuff, I'm like, I'm going to be all over that. Because if I didn't end up doing what I do now, I wanted to be a lawyer. So I find that stuff really intriguing to read. So that was definitely one I'm like, oh, I want to read that. And also the one about the heart transplant, that I'm pretty keen for that one. There was lots on there that I was pretty keen for. So yeah. So sister-in-law fighting for justice in a system designed by men is the name of it. And I'm in the middle of it. Nice. Hey, Kathy, how you going? Thanks for being here. At work for 3 more hours, but it's a slow day. So getting some clothing work and reading done. Nice. Currently reading The Kingdom Cursed by Iron. Excellent. Sounds like a good book. Sounds like a bit of a fantasy. Hi, Kathy. Hey, Christina. Ago's feeling better now to Christina. Chantel's also here. Hello, how are you? Hello to Chantel. Anne is going to London in the middle of June. We're going in winter. We're going at the end of January next year. And we're coming back at the end of February. And we were going for 3 weeks. Now we're going for 4. And I think I've almost convinced Savannah that she can play hooky for the first couple of days of uni. I'm a terrible mother. And the only way we won't be able to do that if it's placement. So if she's got a placement straight up, which I said to her, it's highly unlikely that you will have a placement in the first week on that. So yeah, so because she wanted to leave earlier, and I said I can't afford to leave earlier. If we leave before Australia Day, which is the 20th, sorry, it wasn't Australia Day, it was if we leave after Australia Day, that we actually save a considerable amount on our return airfares. And I think she went and looked it up and realized how much the price difference was, because all of a sudden it was like, yeah, we'll leave then and we'll just come back. So, yeah. Remember to hydrate, says Nightbot. Thank you, Nightbot. We are feeling better, but YouTube thinks we should sleep more, I think. Thanks for asking, Kathy. How are you doing? 31% of The Colour of Magic by Terry Pratchett. Nice. Making good progress there, Chantal. Story of a Heart was so good and so emotional. Tissues required, and I don't usually get upset about that kind of stuff. It really gets you in the feels. Reading Chris, that one. Ink. God, it doesn't want to come out. I can say it in my head, but it's not coming out in my mouth. That is on the Women's Prize, a long list for non-fiction. Uni or for UK or uni, always choose the UK. No, she's paying because she starts uni at this time in February. So she started back on Monday, so the 17th. So I'm trying to convince her to take an extra and catch up. I said, because if the classes are online, you can do the classes. You're not going to miss. She goes, the only thing that will bugger her up, because she's doing science as well, biology, will be pracs. I said, do you normally have pracs in the first 2 weeks? And she goes, I haven't yet, but who knows? So yeah, I don't know. We're going for 4 weeks. I'll convince her. It's fine. I can always convince her to do the wrong thing. So yeah, anyway. Jessica, I am liking The Highland Witch by Susan Fletcher. However, if you're going to be reading Outlander, I would try to read this one first or later, as it may get confusing to do them at the same time. Yeah, that would probably, because they're very similar, I'd say, similar vibe and all the rest of it. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. So let me bring up the timer and share that and add that to the screen. We've got a mountainous view today. Yeah, she probably could. That she could also defer for, like just let her lecturers know that she's going to be in the UK for the first week or two. And, if she lets them know before she breaks up, then they might just restructure when they're going to do the stuff. So, yeah. For the most part, she can do a lot of her stuff online anyway. So I'm kicking so much crap out of the van in preparation to be mobile and not stationary. I don't know how I accumulated so much in 3 years, giving it all to my kid to take to college or whatever. That's fair. That happens, though. We accumulate stuff pretty easily, and all the things, we just keep buying stuff. And I'm doing the same thing with my house. Like I said, I got all the stuff in that junk room and I put it all into I just thought it was all just crap. And I put it into a little trolley. And I said to Savannah while she was here, there's some of your stuff in there. Do you want to go through that? Because if you don't go through that, it's all going in the bin and going on Thursday, and then it'll be gone. You'll never see it again. And she didn't end up going through it. So I'm like, okay, that's going then. So, yeah. And Atia is going to read some in a Black Girl's Breathing to start off the night. Nice. We also have Brandy here as well. Hello, Brandy. How are you? Just started reading The Obelisk Gate by Gate today. Is that by someone? Can you let us know who that was? I'd like to look that up because that sounds very interesting. Hope you're liking it, says Laura Bell. And hello to Atia from Brandy. All right, let us start the timer. We're going to do a 90-minute sprint. Hoping to get 3 of these in today. So, E.K. Jemison, thank you. I appreciate that. That was so good, if I remember right, says Chantal. There's some good recommendations there for me to go and have a look. So let me just go up here and star that so I can keep track of it. All right, let's start the timer and I will see you all on the other side of 90 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. All right, we're back. I got absolutely no reading done. I have pretty much been on the phone the whole time. But however, while I was on the phone, I did do diamond painting. So I was still productive. So I'm almost finished another section of that. I've been off the phone for like 10 minutes. That's it. I also fixed my machine. So I took my phone with me and fixed the machine while I was doing that because I just got the wire sorted when the phone rang, and basically it was like a quilting inquiry and stuff like that. So it took a little bit of time to sort that out. And then, and so they got off the phone just a little while ago. And so while I was on the phone working it all out with them, and them also talking as well, I ended up doing some diamond painting and fixing my machine. So just a little bit of multitasking. So, I'm hoping that I can read a little bit more of this a bit. I've got to do some filming in the next sprint. So, I wanted to do filming in the first sprint and get that sort of out of the way, but no such luck. So anyway, how did you all go during that sprint? Let me just have a look. I did not star, but I sort of know where we are. I think this is where we're up. Only 8 pages in, but the writing is already pulling me in. This was for the Obelisk Gate. Tia says the Broken Earth trilogy is so good. That's the one. Is that the one with fifth season? Yeah, I thought so. Because the name rung a bell. Like when I read it, I'm like, I know that book. Look at me go, remembering titles and knowing what other books are in a trilogy. That never happens, so don't hold your breath for that to happen again. I can't quite bring myself to read The Stone Sky because of who I am as a person, but it's on my list for sure. Have you already read the 5th season? Christina, I'm good. I just would rather be doing 500 other things with my time. Yeah, like the rest of us. I think we all get a bit like that, don't we? Laura Bell says, I have my senior capstone in university was on the 5th season and the Obelisk Gate, and I loved both of them so much. I just get so wound up in reading them, waiting for a good time. Yeah, I like to binge stuff too. I get that. Hello, Selena. I just sent you a message on Facebook. I could go either way with that. So I just put it out there and then you turn up because I haven't seen you for a while. Did you see that message and that's why you turned up? So no, because that was at 10 o'clock. So it was ages ago. Because I wasn't in front of the computer, so I didn't see who had popped in and all the rest of it. But I just sent you a message at 11:10. So there you go. That makes sense. Also, that sounds like a really cool senior project. That's cool. How did you like book 3, says Brandy. This is a conversation that you are all having, so I'm just going to go over them pretty quickly. Rachel has also turned up during that sprint. Hello, darling. How are you? How's your day going? My day has been great so far. Started out with a little bit of diamond painting at 5:30 this morning, and it's been good so far. Glenda's also here. Hello, how are you? And everybody sprint hopping from Kelsey's sprints. Oh, yeah. Really? No. Isn't she on Tuesday normally? Oh, no, it's Wednesday. Yeah, it's Tuesday for her. That's right. It's all right. Working on some component meal prep. Just did a side dish. Side dish of frizzled chickpeas. Nice. With red onion, garlic, oregano, and Bulgarian feta. I've never had Bulgarian feta. I don't even think we sell Bulgarian feta here. At the end, and they're so crispy and delicious. They do sound delicious. Yum. I love like roasted chickpeas and stuff like that. My partner looks at me as if I've got 2 heads when I start eating that sort of stuff. But they're so, like, you don't need a lot to get like they fill you up for one because of the protein, but you don't need a lot for a snack. And they're really good. I like them. Got to page 93 of 216. Surely I can finish this tonight. I'm liking the villain. I'm not saying anything. Hey Glenda and hey Jess from Rachel. Didn't get any reading done. Ended up deciding I wanted to crochet and watch YouTube and TV shows for now. That's fair. That's fair enough. I'm going to do a little bit of crochet today myself. Got no reading done, but I did get the windows cleaned, laundry changed over, and dinner in the oven. I was just having my morning coffee and watching some TV. Next sprint, I need to head down the road and get for a blood test. Hey, Saluna from Rachel, and Paul made it to page 108. Nice. Saluna saying, hope you're well, Rachel. I was also on the phone with my sister, then started repairing a sweater after the phone call. Yeah, I was sitting there and I was talking and I'm like, I can just put this phone on speaker and keep doing what I need to do. So that's what I did. So I still got stuff done. I didn't get what I wanted to get done, but I still got stuff done. So that's all that matters. Hello to Glenda, Saluna, Mary, and Rachel. Jojo got 59% in the silent pay patient and put away groceries. I am so sorry that yawn come out of nowhere. So sorry. Nothing like having a yawn come halfway through a comment. No, I haven't seen it. I'll go back and check. I was just checking in to see how you were. That's all. That because I hadn't seen you around for a while and I was worried. So just checking in on you, babe. That's all I was doing. Finished the book, 4 stars, and going to put work down for the night and going to take a bath in the next sprint and start The Charm Offensive by Alison Cochrane. Is that how you pronounce that? For the rest of the night. Nice. Paloma has been and replaced the pipe. Yeah. At least you didn't have to wait around all day. I hate those plumbers or tradespeople that say they'll be there, but then they can't give you a time. And so you're sitting around all day waiting, and then they get there like, half an hour before 4 o'clock or something, before they're about to knock off. I got to page 45. Got 45 pages read. Hello to Glenda from Jojo. But in other news, my library is almost done. Excellent. I'm so excited for you. Hi, Chris. Hey, Jojo from Rachel. Not much reading that sprint. Started a small crock pot of chicken with can of cream. With a can of cream of chicken, a soup, and some garlic. Sounds nice. I'm actually thinking today that I'm going to have my corn and chicken soup today. I think I might make some of that. I've got to do the dishes first. Actually, I probably should do that before I film. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. But I might just put the slow cooker on and dump the corn and the veggie stock and everything into the slow cooker, and then I can do the egg later because it doesn't need to be in there for very long. Hello to Jamie, but your soup sounds delicious. Had a Rachel at Saluna, almost done. Any party plans when it's finished? I did reply. Maybe filming or something. Secret squirrel stuff, maybe. Made it to chapter 16 in People of Means by Nancy Johnson, the kitchen book for the Get a Clue readathon. Nice. This is the phone call has thrown me off track because I'm now thinking of all the things that I need to do for that phone call. So anyway, this is our Discord. If you would like to come over and join, there's a few things happening over there. We have seriously serious content over there as well. We have Read Around the World print off, so you can use that to become more diverse in your reading. And then there's just general bits and pieces that happen from time to time. I used to do bingo over there, bingo prompts, but I'm giving this year a break for that. So, of course, Nightbots come in and, just spam to the comments. Remember to hydrate and also to subscribe as well. We would love for you to be here and hang out with us every week. I'm here the same time every week. And yeah, would love for you to come over and join in the fun all the time. And I'm on Koda's channel on Mondays and on back here again on Fridays, and you can also find me on my craft channel as well. So yeah, lots of places you can find me. I'm going to say that I want to read, but I don't think I'm going to read in this next sprint. I'm going to do the dishes quickly. I've only got a couple of dishes, so I'm going to do the dishes and get my soup on and check what I've got. Some garlic bread there, so I'll probably have that. Actually, I've got some bread rolls. I might pull them out and have those, and I might actually have that for lunch. I think that's what I'm going to have, or for dinner. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, we're going to go to another sprint. And let me bring that up and go over here and add that to the stage. See when you get back, hun? Hope it's nice and quick and you don't have to wait around too long. All right, let us start the timer. As I said, we're going to be pretty productive today because I have to get a lot of stuff done. And Wednesday is our day that we just smash it out of the park. Try and get as many books finished, many tasks as we can get done. I'm also going to put a load of washing on it as well because that just, I don't know why that reminded me of that, but I need to do that as well. And then hopefully for the last sprint, I can just chillax and read for a bit. All right. I will see you on the other side of 90 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Tell you what, StreamYards is driving me mental. Let me just bring up another tab. It's the only thing that it does it on. It just drives me mental. All right, enter studio. I'm assuming you can all hear me. Check my audio. Yep, all good. Enter studio. Enter screen. Remove that one. There we go. Get rid of that. Okay. Right. There we go. I'm back. Just had to do all the things that I need to do when it does that and it goes black. So I had some lunch. I loaded a quilt and got a couple of rows stitched down, filmed a little bit. Read nothing, but I'm hoping that I hope that I can get a little bit more stitching on one of the projects and do a little bit of reading this sprint. It just depends if the Bluetooth plays nice today. So yeah, either way, once I'm finished editing this afternoon, I'll probably just sit down and read this book for the rest of the evening because until I go to do some stitching a bit later, because I've done a lot of crafting today and I feel like it's enough. So I'll just do some reading and all the things that go with that. So sit down with maybe some popcorn and a nice cuppa and yeah, just chill out a bit. All right. Alicia cleaned up after dinner, put the kiddos to bed and now trying to clean up my desk. Yeah, I have to do that a bit too around my quilting machine. I was like I cleaned the quilting machine and all the rest of it, but I've got a heap of stuff stored underneath it. And I was looking there and I'm like, oh, that's going to be a big job. And then Brennan sent me a message saying that he's probably going to work on the carports this weekend, which means that I'll be working on the carports this weekend with him. So I don't know whether that's going to happen or not. So I don't know whether I want to start cleaning, like sorting through all that stuff until maybe next week now. I don't know what to do. So I do have the room for the diamond painting table just about cleaned out. I've got to get, so I was supposed to go down yesterday and I completely forgot to go down and get some sugar soap so I can wash the walls and stuff. So I've got one cupboard to get out of there. And then it's just sweep the floor, mop the floor, and then just clean the walls. And I'll mop the floor last, obviously, because I'll clean the walls first and then set the table up. So I'll be in there sooner rather than later. Oh, and I've got to get a new drill bit as well because I've got to put the blinds that I've got in here. I've got another one for that room. So every room that I've gone into so far and cleaned out, I've put one of these Venetians up. And I got them so cheap too, and I'm kicking myself I didn't get some more. So I need one. I want to get one for the bathroom. I need to get a bigger one for Mia's room, so that's not so bad. I got one for this room. I got one for the diamond painting room, and I got one for Neralee's room. I don't have a window in the kitchen, so I've got like this tiny little one that's behind my fridge. But there's not one near the sink or anything, so I don't need one for there. Although I wouldn't mind getting one for out on the back door just to make it a little bit more private because I don't have any curtains up there because the cats just kept pulling them down. So I don't have any curtains up there, but they seem to leave the Venetian blinds alone because they don't move as much as the curtains do. So I'm thinking that I might actually get one for out the back. Like have two there so I can have one pulled up so you can go in and out the door and then one on the side that you don't go in and out of. I'm thinking of doing that. And then I've got to get a couple for out in the studio. So yeah. But I'm thinking that I don't think I'm going to go black out there. I think I'm going to go timber out there to match the countertops. So we'll see. It all depends what I can get from Spotlight because they seem to be a lot cheaper at Spotlight and you just install them yourself. And they're really easy to install. And I got these ones just to cover the window. So I've got the white part of the around the skirt around the windowsill and all that sort of stuff. You can see that. So, yeah. Helen just dropped in during that sprint as well. Glenda's saying hello to everybody. Kathy's finally off work. Yay! Going to do some personal business work and then going to the gym for the next 1.5 hours. Nice. Hey there, Kathy from Glenda. I need to get back in the gym. I'm so lazy lately. Like, lazy. I'll get there. Got to chapter 20 and oh my God, I love Dylan. Favorite character by far. Really enjoying this so far. It's a good book. I really, really enjoyed it a lot, actually. I was quite surprised by how much I enjoyed Amari and the Night Brothers. Made it to page 158. Excellent. Nice progress there, Paul. Finished my bath. Made it to page 6 of The Charm Offensive. And snuck in towards the end. Hello, drank chai and watched a friend Bible journal on Facebook Live. Nice. Hope you enjoyed it. That's so weird that it does that. I have never had that issue with StreamYards. They can hear me. That's cool. I don't know what it is either. Like, I don't know anybody else that has the problem that I'm aware of. I think Paula may have, no, it wasn't Paula. Someone had issues, but I can go days and days for it without it happening. But it seems to be once I get over that 3-hour mark, it sort of just goes, yep, no, not working anymore. And it does it. So maybe because I do really long sprints, they don't like the fact that I do really long sprints. Who knows? Almost done with my book. Not amazing, but okay, murder mystery so far. Awesome. Got to page 57, sorry, of my book. I may have just treated myself to a Kobo Libra color. I needed some retail therapy. Nice. You see what Kindles, Amazon's doing with the Kindles? Have you seen all that happening? So as of the 26th, most of the books that I got off Kindle are free because I generally buy an ebook and then send it, and a lot of the only reason I really use my Kindle is for NetGalley, so I send the books from a NetGalley, so they're as documents, and I have a lot of books in my Kindle that are from Stuff Your Kindle Day and stuff like that, so I can get them on, a lot of time I can get them on Kindle Unlimited and all that sort of stuff, so that's all I really use my Kindle for. But I like reading my documents. Like Koda sent me a document yesterday and I just converted it to a PDF and sent it over to my Kindle and just read it on my Kindle. I prefer to read on my Kindle than I do on a screen. It feels gentler on my eyes. And so on the 26th of February, you will no longer be able to download your content, so your books, your ebooks that you have bought from Kindle. So right now you can go into manage your devices on Amazon. You go to where your books are, your Kindle books, and then you, because it says manage your content and your device, right? And then you go into there and you click on more options and you can download the book to your computer. Okay, so then you've got that book and you can read it on whatever. So what Amazon's doing now, I don't know the full nitty-gritties of it. There's a lot of places that are doing stories on it and stuff like that, like on Reddit and all those sort of places. So just search it up and you're bound to get either Criminoli will pop up, MJ might pop up. There's a whole host of other people that have done content around this. So just put Kindle February Amazon and it should come up. So basically what that means is once the 26th rolls around, you won't have access to those books anymore. You won't be able to read them anywhere else. The only place that you will be able to read them is on a Kindle or the Kindle app. I assume the Kindle app is included in that because otherwise there would have been an uproar over that for sure. Because I think it'd be rude of them. Like, well, their business, they're in it for money, so they don't give a shit what you think anyway. But it just means that you're now locked into the Kindle universe. Like, you won't be able to read your ebooks that you purchase from the Kindle or Amazon or wherever you purchase your ebooks. You will not be able to read them anywhere else but on a Kindle. So right now, if you have a tablet or whatever, you can use the Kindle app. But if you want to read it on your computer, let's say you're in front of your computer and you want to read it there, you won't be able to after the 26th. So I went in and I had a look at what books are there. I think I probably bought about 10 or 15 books. They're not books that I'm overly concerned about that I can't download. I have my Kindle. I'm fine to keep reading on my Kindle. Because I have, I have the Kindle app on my phone and I have it on my tablet. I also have it on my iPad. So I don't really care about that. But a lot of people sort of care because of the fact that, if there's been incidents in the past, like with Enid Blyton, where they've gone in and they've changed the original text of the book, so you don't get the offensive words or anything like that. And I get it that some people want that changed and all that sort of stuff, but there's some people out there that think that that is censorship in a way. So basically it just means that you won't be able to download any ebooks that you have purchased through the Kindle or Amazon to your computer as you can now. And it just means that you are locked into the Kindle universe. So if you don't want to be locked into the Kindle universe and you want to read your books on other devices such as your computer or I don't know, wherever you want to send your ebooks to, because there's other ebooks out there, I guess. I don't know, like there's little e-readers and stuff like that you can set, like, because you can plug it into your computer and you can transfer your book files over. For me, it doesn't really bother me that much because I don't really buy a lot of Kindle books anyway, and the books that I do get, I get for free. So if they're going to change them, that's fine. If they're going to change them, if they're going to disappear off my Kindle, that's fine too, because I got them for free. I don't actually care. But a lot of people really do care about it and are quite passionate about it. And I can see why. Like, if I had a lot of books that I had paid for, which I don't. Well, when I went in and had a look, I would say 85% of the books that are on, I'll go 80%. 80% of the books that are on my Kindle right now, I have 700 and something. Let me just have a look. I'll bring it up. I'll be able to tell you exactly what I have. So you go onto the browser and then you go into manage your content and devices, and it'll give you everything that you've got on your Kindle. Okay. So I've got my Kindle Unlimited there. I've got 14 titles. I've got the dictionary and the user guides, which come with the Kindle, so they won't be taking that off. That's part of the universe. Then I've got 380 documents on there. So that's things like patterns that I have on my Kindle. I have ebooks that I've got from NetGalley on there. Most of them are that. I've got 745 titles in my Audible, and that's because my husband and I actually shared an account for a while, so there's a lot of his books in there as well. But there's 745 titles, and I've got 763 titles on my Kindle. And 80% of those like I've got, as I said, the Kindle Unlimited books are on there. I'm just looking here. Most of them have been free books. Like they've been free or I've purchased, and there's only a handful that I've actually purchased. The rest of them are just stuff your Kindle day, and I was planning on taking them out anyway. So basically that is happening. Because if you want more information, go and check it out. You have until the 26th. So you've got less than a week to get it all sorted if you want to drop it out. But like at the end of the day, when ebooks came around, we knew when it came to digital media that we never owned that. It's like Spotify and all that sort of stuff. You pay a subscription to listen to the music. You don't own the music. You know, if you want to own the music or you want to own the book, you have to buy it in a physical. Then and only then do you own it. But the argument is that you've paid money to Amazon for your Kindle book. You've only ever bought the license for it. You've never actually wholly and solely owned that. Like, I thought that most people would have understood that if you read the terms and conditions. I'm not exactly sure where it is in the terms and conditions, but it is. But you don't actually own the content. They can change it. They can delete it out of their catalog, and then you lose it as well. If they no longer have the license for it, then you lose it. So that's like with anything, though. So yeah, it's the same as like all the books that I have on there. Yeah, right now while I have that, and they say that, you know, even if you stop paying your subscription, you can still access those books through Audible and all that sort of stuff. But if it goes out of the catalog, it disappears. You know, like it's the same as if you get it for free on Audible and they decide to put it into the paid catalog, then you lose access to it. Even though you got it for free, you lose access to it. And a little padlock will appear on your library saying that you can't access that anymore. It happens a lot with the classics. So when I go and look for a classic, I'll actually go and I'll find 3 or 4 that are free. But to be fair, you can actually go to the Gutenberg project. You can download a PDF and put it into your Kindle anyway. So, and then you can have, like, if you've got Speechify, you can have it read it to you. And I think you can have Siri read your Kindle books to you as well if you've got an Apple device. I think, don't quote me on this, I think Vanessa has that option, or Vanessa was talking about that option. I can't remember, but yeah. And like with ebooks as well, especially when you're in a like locked into something like that, you're beholden to the powers that be, basically. So yeah. But it's very interesting that they're doing it, and it makes it, I guess, in another way, like, it also helps stop with theft as well. Like, you know, people that get the books, download the books, they remove that, because you can remove the code that stops you from opening it up on your computer and all the rest of it, and have it as a PDF or an EPUB. There's things out there to do it. I mean, I do it all the time. I don't share that content, but I do it all the time with NetGalley stuff. You know, I removed when it was an ACM file, I removed that, and then I had a PDF or an EPUB to upload into Speechify. So I guess it's a way for the company to lock everybody in. What annoys me the most, though, is my Oasis here in Australia. I can't use the audio function here in Australia. It's only available in the US. And that's my bad, because I didn't read the fine print. And I paid a premium because I thought, well, I do listen to a lot of my audiobooks, especially my Kindle Unlimited ones. I always get audio with them. It'll be great to just have the Kindle and have it, you know, reading to me. But I can't do that here because it's not available here. And then they've discontinued the Oasis now, so it'll never happen here now. So, yeah. I'm going to saying hello to Jojo. 98 pages to go. I'll get it finished tonight. Nice. I heard something about that. Yeah, just go and look it up. Yeah, they're making it so you can't download your content anymore to your computer. So right now you can go in to manage your device and your content, and you can go to more options under whatever book you want to download, and you can download the file to your computer. I believe there might be like DRMs or whatever they call them on it. So you'll have to have something like Calibre, or I wonder if they're ACMs as well. You might have to run it through ACSM converters and stuff like that. So yeah, so that's what's happening, and it's all happening as of the 26th. You will not be able to download that, and I'm assuming that's 26th America, but don't run the risk. Sherry also joined us as well. Hello, Sherry. I need to get back into the habit of using my Kindle more. I had it for a while. I've had it for a while in the evening. It annoys me when they change stuff. I like that Libby can be on Kobo. Yeah. I read on my Kindle sometimes. Hello to Sherry from Glenda. Will that affect Kobo or NetGalley? Well, if you buy your stuff, if you buy your ebooks from, well, you can't buy ebooks from Kindle for Kobo, can you? Like, you can't go to the Kindle app, let's say, and purchase a book and then read it on your Kobo. That's a different entity altogether, because Kobo's Canadian. If I remember correctly. And NetGalley, well, you can still send stuff to your Kindle for NetGalley. It's just the stuff that you purchase. So anything you have purchased, any Kindle book, ebook you have purchased from Kindle, Amazon, then you won't be able to download those on that. So going forward, like some people, they buy the book, they send it to their Kindle, but they also download it at the same time and have it on their computer. So they've got a backup. So basically what will happen is you won't be able to back up your content. So if something happens to your subscription, say you get rid of your Kindle and you don't want your Kindle anymore and you've got a Kobo, you can't send all those ebooks over to your Kobo if you don't have a downloaded file. And, if you, for some reason, get locked out of your account, that you don't have access to all those books that you've purchased. So right now, I guarantee there's a lot of people downloading a lot of books. I went through and had a look at my books. There's nothing there that I don't either already have on my shelf, or I wasn't that interested in it anyway. So I'm just like, well, I'm not even going to worry about it. And everything else is like stuff your Kindle. Because as I said, the main reason I got a Kindle was to send my documents over. I find it easier to read my patterns on there. So I have like a lot of crochet patterns and knitting patterns and patchwork patterns and all that sort of stuff over on I've got like 380 documents on there. So half of what the books are, I have in documents. And some of those are actually NetGalley books that I've sent over there in the past 12 months. So yeah, and everything else, I've like all my thrillers on there, just about all of them except for maybe 4 or 5, I have got for free from BookBub. Or I read Kindle Unlimited for some thrillers and stuff like that. So it's not going to affect Kindle Unlimited because you can't actually download that content. So because that is a borrowing system. So yeah, I don't know all the details. So the best thing you can do is go and look it up. This is just what I've heard in the last 24 hours from some of my favorite booktubers that I watch. Christina's still here, just lurking. My sister showed up from Florida, going to box up a bunch of snow for her to take home with her. Or Apple Books. I don't think it'll affect Apple Books. I don't know. I don't do Apple Books. So if you're buying your ebooks from somewhere else, so from the Kobo universe, or you're buying your ebooks from Google Books, or you're buying your ebooks from Apple Books or whatever, I don't think it's affecting that. It is just the Kindle universe. Okay. So basically they're holding you hostage. They're they're taking your money and giving you nothing in return, basically. So yeah. Pause to hydrate. A snack. Tell us what it was, because I'm a nosy. Oh, I had garlic bread for lunch. I was lazy. I didn't make any soup. I just had garlic bread. Check the laundry. Take your meds. Stretch. Show some love to the like button. Make sure you sub and ring the bell, and hopefully you will get notified. Didn't know you could do that. I only read my Kindle stuff on my Kindle. Yeah, but it sucks that you can't have the option. Yeah. The computer also has a Kindle app, just an FYI. Yes, they do. That. No, it doesn't affect. They're not taking away Kindle. Kindle is remaining. They're just taking away the option for you as a consumer to download the content that you're consuming. Okay, so if you go in and buy a Kindle book and you want to read it on your Kindle, you can do that. You can still do that. Not a problem. I don't know if it's affecting the apps or anything. I am assuming not. And it's not affecting Kindle Unlimited, because Kindle Unlimited essentially is you're paying $13 or $14 or whatever you pay where you are for a month, and you can read as many books as you want that you can get out of Kindle Unlimited. So if you read a book a day and return that book, because it's a library system, you can do that. So that's not going anywhere. I haven't seen anything about that. All they're stopping you from doing is, and I can understand why they're doing it, because there are people out there that, send books to, pirate books and stuff like that, and then sell them off or share them or whatever the case may be. I can understand from a copyright point of view, I can understand why they're doing it, because if you can download it to your computer, then you can share it. It's the same with PDF patterns in the crafting industry. People, you can't gift that to anybody. You know, even though you've paid it, you've printed it off and you own it, you can't actually gift that give it to anybody. You can't resell it or anything like that. It's the same as Kindle. It's a digital medium of consuming physical things, except it's digitally. So realistically, whenever you buy anything digitally, you don't own it on that. But if they take away the ability to download it to your computer, they also take away the ability for you to share that file, which you shouldn't be doing anyway. But there are people out there that do that. So yeah. I know the Kindle app is on the computer too. So yeah. But as far as I know, everything is staying. It's just the ability for you to download the content that you buy with your money. So basically you're getting diddly squat. So yeah. Yes, Enid Blyton was censored. So was Dr. Seuss. There's been a few classics that have also been censored. There was a big uproar about Enid Blyton. I'm just trying to think. I think it was in 2022. Kindle was, or Amazon was editing the book and taking out abrasive words. I think it was the term that they used. So anything that was deemed racist, abrasive, derogatory, or anything like that. So they basically removed all the words. I mean, because Enid Blyton's dead for one, and she was publishing it in the 1900s. So obviously there's going to be language in there that is not appropriate for this time and age. But everybody was fine with the fact that they wanted to edit it and all that sort of stuff. What people weren't fine about is that if you bought a copy with the original text, then you should be able to keep the original copy that you purchased, not have it edited by somewhere else. And there's been cases where books have been, because Amazon's lost the license for it or whatever the case may be, where books have been removed from the catalog and stuff like that. So yeah, we don't own digital media, and people just need to understand that. And I think it needs to be talked about a little bit more, that you don't own, you can't go to Spotify, you pay your subscription or you listen to it for free. You can't go to Spotify and say, hey, you need to give me that music because you paid a monthly subscription for that month. So I'm just wondering, will there be, because it's possible with all the big changes with people digital content, a lot of things are going to subscription. So it makes me wonder if they're actually going to just turn Kindle into a subscription base, so you can read whatever you want. You might be capped at 20 books or whatever a month or whatever for yeah. So I'm just wondering if they're going to go how Audible is, you pay a subscription, you've got access to that whole catalog, and you get the books cheaper than what they would be on Google Books and stuff like that. I know if you go through, if you're a member of Audible, you get the books for $14.95 here in Australia. But if I was to go and buy that same said book on Google Books or Google Audio or wherever else, or audiobooks.com, it would cost me $26, sometimes $39. So I'm just wondering if they're going to go to the subscription base, because there are a lot of people that do the stuff, your Kindle, get the free books, and all that sort of stuff from BookBub. I'm just wondering if they're thinking, well, if I, as a business, if I charge a subscription and people want ebooks, they're going to pay that subscription. they might lose initial 20, let's be generous and say 20%, but out of that 20%, maybe 5 or 6% will stay gone and the rest will come back because it's easy access to it. And let's face it, that's Amazon's MO, to make everything seem like it's easy access to it, and then they corner up the market. They did it with, look what they did with the book depository. They purchased that back in 2011 and held onto it until, was it last year or the year before, and then they just closed it down. And a lot of different countries other than the US, Australia, UK relied on book depository to get books. So such as places like Colombia and, parts of Europe and stuff like that, have a hard time getting books and whatnot. They use the book depository. And if you were watching really closely as well, when that closed down, like the book depository was like, it was competition. It had free postage and all that sort of stuff. It was direct competition with Amazon. And if you didn't know that Amazon owned it, you would have thought, oh, this was a really good place to buy and all that sort of stuff. And they kept it as free postage. And then all of a sudden they shut it down. And if you hadn't noticed, on Amazon, all the book prices went up. So that's not all of them, but a lot of the book prices went up. They did here in Australia anyway. I don't know about the US, but I could speak to here, because books that I was getting for like $12 and $17 went up to $25. So new releases I could get for between $12 and $17 a lot of the time when the book depository was around. As soon as that closed, most of the new release books went up to about between $22 and $27. And so, yeah, that is what they do. That is their whole business model, is to just consume until we have no other choice as a consumer to buy from them. And they make it easy. They give you free postage. They do this, they do that, and you think you're getting a bargain. Like, how many of us here today pay for Amazon Prime? I do. That I pay that subscription every month, so I get free postage, because I live in the boondocks, and it makes it easy for me to access stuff that I would otherwise have to drive 2 hours for. So yeah, there's lots of reasons why they do stuff. So I'm wondering, now that they're doing this, whether they're going to actually do it like, Prime. You pay a subscription, you can read this X, Y, Z. You'll get one book a month of your choosing. And then, or a credit, like they do with Audible, and you can use that on a book of your choosing, and then you will pay a flat rate for the rest of the books. It's possible. It's not a bad idea. And because Audible is one of the biggest places to get audiobooks, and it's got a huge amount of people that use the service. Atia took a nap and ate some salad. Hello, Atia. Hello to Glenda. I'm not so tech savvy, nor am I either, but I just, just purchase ones. It makes sense, right? Yeah. I don't care about downloads, but I do care about the amount of ebooks more expensive than physical books. Yeah, that annoys me too. Like, I know in the next month, I'm hoping that I have a lot of the long list on NetGalley, because I know it's going to cost me a bomb. I went and looked at one of the non-fiction books, and it was actually cheaper to buy the physical book than it was to buy the Kindle. Oh no! So it was when you think about it, the Kindle has been typed and put into a digital format. Yes, it's gone through some processes and all that sort of stuff, editing and all that sort of stuff. I understand they've got to make their money. Publishers have to make their money and all that sort of stuff. I get that. I'm not disputing that. But when you think about a physical book, you've grown a bloody tree, then you've sent the paper to the pulp mill, you've created the paper, then you've also had to create ink, you've also had everything to do with editing and combining a book together. Then it's gone to the binders. It's gone through all these machines, and you've got all these workers that are getting paid to produce these books by the publishers and all the rest of it. Then you've got shipping on top of that, okay, to the independent bookstores, and then also to the big box stores and all that sort of stuff. And you can buy a book for $12, yet you're getting charged for a digital one that's sitting in the ether. You're getting charged $25. Rude. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. So yeah. So when you look at it that way, you think you sit back and you go, what the hell? Why are you charging so much? You know, it's price gouging is what it is. Sorry. Obviously I'm very passionate about it, right? Rhea says, I feel you on that one, Kristen. Part of why I have a Kindle is that I don't have room for a lot of physical books, but if digital is the same price or more expensive, then I'd rather have pretty ones on my shelf. That's exactly right. That's why I've gone to also buying secondhand books as well. So like, yeah, I can get books from my library and Libby, and, you know, I can get audio books from Audible because I'll always have that because I like to be able to have audiobooks. You know, you have to just make peace with, like, I know that a lot of people don't like Amazon and they don't like this, don't like that, but I have made peace with the fact that it is just the way the world is, and no amount of jumping up and down. The time to jump up and down about Amazon was when they first came out and they revealed what their business model was. That was the time to jump up and down and make a difference. There is no way on God's green earth right now that you are ever going to make a difference. And I know it sounds, you know, dismal and all that sort of stuff, but there's no way you're going to make a difference to Amazon. As a global community, they would need everybody to leave the platform. And you're not going to get everybody to leave the platform. You're never going to do that. And they know that. And that's why they won't change. And that's why they can do these things. So, yeah. Made it home, fed the kids, and read chapter 3 of Oblique's Gate. Nice. Glad you made it home safe and sound. I'm eating a beef, rice, and cheese mixture. Nice. Interesting. Rise of the indies as they give away free ebooks. That's it. But see, you still can't download that content if it's a Kindle book and you've put it through the Kindle platform. The person that you've sent it to can't download it on that. So they would have to be giving it away through their own means. It doesn't mean that they can't send it to their Kindle, but they'll have to be able to, would have to send it to the person directly to them. You wouldn't be able to put it through the Kindle or anything like that. So yeah, until after they had it on their computer and had that file. People abuse the systems and brag about it, shouting it from the rooftops. I need people to stop doing that with Libby hacks before they change the thing about Wi-Fi and downloading to other devices. I can't even download Libby to anything else. That I can't get the ebook and send it to my Kindle here. So hate effing censorship. It ruins the art and takes away from the important conversations. Well, that was my argument with it, because I can't remember, was it Savannah? It was either Savannah or Neroli. I think it was Savannah. We had a conversation about it, and I said censorship is not a good thing across all mediums. It's not a good thing, because if you take that information away and there's no conversation about how bad it is, future generations aren't going to understand how bad it is if there's censorship. And I'm talking censorship not just from books, I'm talking censorship across, like removing things, taking things away out of history, removing it from history books. I'm talking about everything. If there's, and I know that this is controversial and I'm probably going to have about 500 people come at me, but if it's not there to broach the conversations, how are future generations going to understand how bad it actually was? You know, how bad different things that happen throughout our history, or even, you know, even with literature, how the language has changed, and we've still got a long way to go as a human race, but how are we supposed to learn as humans and future generations if it's not there to understand and discuss and have the hard conversations? That's always been my argument. And Savannah I'm pretty sure it was Savannah. It was one of the girls. And they sort of come at me. And when I said it like that, they sort of stopped. I went, oh, yeah, because if it's not there, you can't discuss it. How can you discuss it if it's never been there? And it doesn't mean that it'll go away, because there's always everybody still talking and stuff like that. But there may be people that have never been exposed to that sort of language or anything like that. and think it's okay to use it, and they hear it and then they think it's okay, but they haven't had that conversation with someone. So I think that keeping original text, keeping original things in history, adding things in that were left out to begin with is also key as well. And just, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's not get Nicole started on that. They did advertise that you were purchasing the ebooks, but they now have it that you're purchasing a license. Yeah, when it first came out, that changed. The licensing thing, I'm pretty sure that changed in the late like 2009, somewhere around that mark. I could be completely wrong, but when I heard about the change, it was around that mark. It was just before I moved into here, and it was also around the time that the market got flooded with inferior e-readers and stuff like that. Like you could go to Audi and buy an e-reader and stuff. I'm pretty sure it was around that time. So 2008, 2009 maybe, or 2010, around that mark. So I could be completely wrong. I could have my dates wrong, but yeah. The license to read the ebook, I think they know a lawsuit is coming. Yeah. Yeah, if there's no subscription, you're purchasing the media. It's like when we used to pay 99 cents a song on iTunes. Yeah. But you can't do that anymore either, can you? I've never used iTunes, so I don't know on that. But as Chris says here, they changed it from you purchasing the ebook. So there would be a way for you to go about this if you purchased a book prior to them changing because when you sign up to anything, when you become into an account, they actually say in there that at any given time in your agreement, they say at any given time, they can change the terms and conditions. Okay, so basically you may have a leg to stand on, and I say may in inverted commas, and it'd probably be a long drawn out thing because they've got that recourse that they've said in their terms and conditions that at any given time, Amazon or whatever can change the terms and conditions without notice. If you go and have a look at any terms and conditions, that will be in there somewhere, whether it's in the first page or it's in the last page. It'll be somewhere in that contract when you joined up or you decided to start purchasing, that there'll be something in there that they can change the terms and conditions at any given time. So by them, you may, as I said, have a leg to stand on if you didn't realize that the terms and conditions had changed. And it's a very, very, very thin line that you're playing with here, that you might be able to get the books that you purchased prior to that change. But if you're only purchasing the license, you don't own it. That you do not own it. You own the license to use it. You own the license to read it, but you don't own it. And they can revoke that license at any given time. So, yeah. Whereas now we pay a monthly fee for access to the music, but we know we don't own the song. Yes. But you'd be surprised how many people think they own it. But paying almost print prices for ebooks and then having it, oh, yeah, you don't own it, is just a license, is low-key ridiculous. It's flat out highway robbery is what it is. Yesterday, my laptop charger stopped working and I used Amazon to get one within 5 hours so I could work. Yeah. Amazon Prime, I don't recall the last time I paid for it. I pay for it because I actually enjoy what's on their platform. And I live way, way out. Like it costs a bomb to get stuff sent here. And I can get stuff sent to me that even comes from the UK for free postage. So I have 70 pages of an ebook, 70 pages of ebook purchases. Luckily, most of them are free cozy mysteries. I bought and I'm not worried about them, but it's going to take me a while to download everything. Yes, because you can't go in. This is the other thing too. You can't go in and go click like select all and download. You have to do each one individually. So if you have a shit ton of books like Chris has, you're going to be there for a while. So yeah. I just wait and collect gift cards until I get offered free trial and do all my shopping in 4 days. I just cancelled my Amazon Prime yesterday. I live in a pretty good area where if you order above a minimum, the shipping is still free, and arrives within a day or two. Yeah, I don't have that option. For me, it's easier just to pay that $10. I also get, like you get Prime First Reads or whatever it is. I get a free book for each month as well for that, and I get free shipping. I also get Prime Reading, so even if I wasn't with Kindle Unlimited, I'd still get Prime Reading, which is the same thing as Kindle Unlimited, just not as many titles. And like I give a fair chunk of change to Amazon. I give so I have a Kindle Unlimited, Prime, and Audible. But in saying that, I don't have any bookstores here where I live. The one bookstore that is here is a big box store, and it's very romance heavy. So I don't, like, where I live, I'm 3 hours from a big major town in any given direction. And so I don't have access to a really big library either. So they don't get things like, Phantasma and, the Carissa Broadbents of the world and indie published books and all that sort of stuff. We don't get them here. I have Libby as well, and I have BorrowBox, so they're free. But I don't go out and party. I don't go out full stop. I don't socialize. I don't spend money anywhere else. And I love to read, and I think it's well worth it. And I get free postage for stuff like everyday items. So if I want to get like toothpaste or my skincare stuff, or even cheap books, cheaper than the big box store here and stuff like that. And I don't care about Big W because I don't shop there anyway. And so I have just made friends with the fact that I have to give money to Amazon to get access to the things that I want access to. If I lived in the city, I wouldn't worry about it. I would just, I would go and select from whatever bookstore I wanted to go to, and I'd have physical books. I'd always have physical books. If I had it my way, I'd have a whole separate house that'd have books in it. My husband might have something to say about that, but so I'm fine. I don't have a car, and Amazon has groceries. I pay for it, and I use the subscription on there for the basic necessities. Yeah. Pango Australia is going to beg Owl. I didn't even know Pango Australia was a thing, so I'm there. But I don't know about that. Hello, Sadia. How are you? Rachel saying hello. Yay, people are getting really judgy about buying books from Amazon, which I get to a point, but that's only a decision people can make about their own money until people pay my bills. Yeah, I am exactly the same way. Like, I've had people go, oh, you shop on Amazon, rah, rah, rah. And I'm like, hey, if you're financially secure enough to shop elsewhere, you can just keep your business out of my money. I'll spend it wherever the hell I want, and I'll buy whatever the hell I want. And if you don't like it, you can kiss my lily white ass. And I've actually said that to people. So, yeah. Can I get on Pango? My bank account would cry. So would mine if I got on there. Yeah, but indies can distribute through other platforms such as Smashworks, BookFunnel, etc. Yeah. This is very true. Voracious Readers. What's the other one, Chris, that you put me onto? I can't remember what it was now. Yeah, there's lots of different places that you can do that. So, yeah, which is good. Hello to Sadia. I negotiate with myself that if I can only use the funds in my Pango account or Pango bucks, so it does help a tad bit to look at it that way. 100% agree. Anything I ship from my complex would go to an unsecure part of my sketchy complex leasing office for pickup, so I don't ship things out. It'd be stolen. Hallelujah. Insert roll Paul drag race meme here. I think that it's reasonable to take it's the look I can't read today. I think that's a reasonable take. It's the look where we were and how far we've come. Because if it's not there, people are ignorant and susceptible to repeating those actions. That's exactly right. Now I can read. Yeah, and that's what I think. Like there's so much in history that should never, ever, 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 ever be repeated. And if we run the risk as a human race, because when you look at it, like we're not exactly the smartest critters on the face of the planet when it comes to making mistakes and repeating history and all the things, like, I mean, there were still people alive from First World War to the Second World War, and we still managed to, like, fuck it all up and end up back in a world war and all the things. So, like, but there's so much that, yeah, it scares me when they start doing that censorship and, taking things out because it doesn't agree with their agenda or whatever the case may be. So, yeah. I like how you're saying it opens up a conversation. It does. Like there's been plenty of books, old books. Like I've got Enid Blyton books that were published. Well, they were published whenever that was, but I got them back in 1979. And I can tell you there is a lot of stuff taken out of those books that are no longer in there. And I've read those books, the original text, to my kids, and they're like, it opened up conversations about different words and why they were harmful and why things were removed, and especially around racism and things, people called different things and stuff like that. It's opened up many conversations with my kids about it, and it's an easy, and some parents don't know how to open up conversations about the hard topics. So that's why I think that it's really important that it's in literature and also in movies and stuff like that, where you can, have that conversation about, and same as banning books. I do not understand banning books. Like I cannot, and no matter how much I try to, I just cannot wrap my head around that. Like, why? Like, it's an easy gateway for parents to have conversations with children, to raise the next generation to be more tolerant, to more understanding, more compassionate, more empathy, and all the things, and more aware and self-aware and all that sort of stuff. And here you are banning books. I don't understand. Probably why I'm not in politics, right? So, yeah. I appreciate what Disney does to some of their older movies, where they put up a disclaimer at the beginning that there are some racist portrayals. Yes. And I think that's okay. I think that, putting a warning for parents like that would be a better option than banning a book. Do you know what I mean? Like, or editing a book, like or editing anything. Like, you put up that disclaimer, people then are aware. Like trigger warnings. When I was a kid, there was no such thing as trigger warnings. Like, I sort of giggle at them now because I think that's just spoiled the book. You're not going to get surprised. But I also understand and have empathy for those that have gone through things like that it doesn't sit well for them and it triggers them and all that sort of stuff. And that's where, compassion comes in and all that sort of stuff. But I think it's a good choice to have that disclaimer for people to understand what's going on and all the things. And that they made the choice not to remove that for the exact reason, to not forget and to be better and to also acknowledge the wrongness. Yeah, that's it. Because also, this is another thing. This is really key here. If you remove it, then you have nothing to apologize for. You don't know that you're wrong, or, like the person that wrote it's obviously long dead and all that sort of stuff. But, you've got nothing to apologize for. You've got nothing to be aware about and stuff. So it's, yeah. Oh, God. Really? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I agree. Oh, my God. Just leave stuff alone. Damn it. It's so annoying. Like I remember when I was younger, we used to have Disney here every Sunday night. You'd watch The Wonderful World of Disney, right? So we'd watch shows from the 60s and the 50s and, cartoons and all that sort of stuff, a lot of their movies and everything and whatnot. And I remember my mum having conversations about different because we were a multiracial family. So we had, family from all over the globe, and we still are. And that, so it was an easy way for my mum, and not so much my dad, but, for them to occasionally hear something on there and then have a conversation around the dinner table about it and why it was wrong and why you shouldn't do that and all that sort of stuff. And because my mum married into a European family, and and we've got like Spanish and Portuguese in my family. We've got Scottish and English. We've also got Egyptian, Maltese, and like there's a lot in our family. And now we also have First Nations people in our family as well. So there was a lot of talk around why different language is derogatory to different people and has different meanings for different people. While you might think it's funny, that this is what it's actually doing to another human being. And so a lot of things were brought up from Disney and other things that we were watching, even like documentaries about suburbs and stuff like that, where there was a lot of racial tensions and all that sort of thing was always talked about. So yeah. Well, there goes that. Yeah. Lawsuits mean nothing to companies like Amazon. No, that's exactly right. I call him the Oompa Loompa. Because he looks like an Oompa Loompa. I'm sorry. People on Reddit are talking about how no longer using Kindles and suing will reverse the choice, but it won't. It's Amazon. No, they've got, like, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think something. If someone can fact check this if they want, but I heard someone say that Amazon makes a daily profit of close to $500,000 a day. I could be wrong. And they could have been wrong too. I didn't fact check it, but when I heard that, I'm like, that's freaking ridiculous. So any lawsuit, they're not even going to worry about. They'll just throw money at you to get rid of the annoyance. I don't know about anybody else, but I never got an email saying that T&Cs have changed. No, but if you go into Amazon and you click on your to download your file, there is a pop-up that comes up, because I checked it to make sure it comes up. I'll actually give you the correct wording. Okay. It says here, once you go to more options, okay, so I just went to the last book I bought, which was like $2, which was the novella for the Seriously Serious. After downloading, use your USB cable to connect to your computer and Kindle. Your Kindle will appear in the drive on your computer. Copy your downloaded file from your computer to your Kindle Documents folder. Okay, so that's if you want to send it the other way, or you can just download it to your thing. But then there's information starting from the February 26th, 2025. The download and transfer via USB option will no longer be available. You can still send Kindle books to your Wi-Fi enabled devices by selecting deliver or remove from device option. And then, yeah, it tells you. Oh, yeah, I've got a Paperwhite. I forgot about that. So, yeah, that's what it tells you. The things you find out when you go into Amazon. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. So I have my daughter's old Paperwhite, but I don't use it. So, so yeah, so there's that. It is there if you go in there. And I say that's how someone's found out about it, or, someone from Reddit has broadcasted it to the world. They have a time to send that email. I get emails from companies like PayPal the day or a few things after the changes, not before, best of my knowledge. Amazon doesn't beg me for tips. Yeah. Read book banding. It's all about control and uneducating the masses. It's easier to control. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, I get why it's done. I just don't understand why they have time. But I think it's rude. Okay, this is what I find rude about it. You're banning a book. So one of yous on your little committee have read the book, and it's someone's opinion. that is doing this. And yeah, and I'm like, so you've read the book, you know what the book's about, and now we're supposed to, and now you've stopped access to said book, and we're supposed to believe you blindly that it's a bad book. It's just agenda crap. I hate it. And as you said, it's easier to control the masses that way. Just finished our book launch. Awesome. And now I just want to play Plum Grove. I need some cozy gaming time. That's fair. I've read a few books lately with a brief introduction, setting the contents of any older material in the book with outdated terms and ideas that maybe find out. Yeah, well, a lot of classics have that. Like, if you get a like a Penguin book, usually has an introduction and a discussion about the text. Usually, let me just pull this off. I think this one might have had it. No, I don't think it does. It usually in the introduction, it tells you, like, they'll have about the text in the first couple of pages of a Penguin book. I'm just trying to see if it's here. I don't know if further reading and notes. Yeah, there is. It goes on. It's just got a few things in here where they've said, the lady and the law holds its own in other ways, and like this is just the last paragraph. Yeah, it's just saying that, there's things in it and whatnot that still hold up today, and but there's other things that aren't. So usually this one doesn't have. Oh, here we go. I found it. Note on the text. The Law and the Lady was serialized in a weekly graphic from the 26th of September 1874 to the 13th of March of 1875. With an illustration of each installment, Collins resisted the attempt of the editor to bolderize, I think is the word, chapter 35. In the interest of a family, I'm assuming that it is to edit or edit it in some way. This present edition follows the 3-volume edition, retaining Collins' individual habits of capitalization. So this one doesn't have anything. This one didn't really have anything that was problematic in it, but ones that have problematic stuff in it usually has a little bit further the language. It goes on, like Gone with the Wind is one that had one. I think it was on the Kindle book. Actually had a note on the text saying that the language used in this book was the original book, and so some of it would be problematic, and some may find offensive and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. I have PTSD and I'm a suicide survivor, so I like have a trigger warnings in books, less of a spoiler than trying to find out via reviews. Yeah. I need to know what books to only read in a good headspaces. That's fair. Yeah. I'm not laughing at you, Chris. I just seen a Tia's comment to what I called the Oompa Loompa. You can't get that image out of your head now, right, Atia? I like many books with tough themes, but finding out unaware isn't always the best for me. If I'm trying to escape from yeah, that's fair enough. I understand that. Like, I do understand why there's triggers and all the rest of it. It's hard for someone who's grown up with, like, without trigger warnings. So it's almost bizarre to me to have them. So yeah, and I get why, like, I've had this conversation before. I understand why they're there. I totally get that. But yeah, I find it almost bizarre on that. So yeah. He does, right? You'll never be able to unsee that now. The Fall Risk by Abby Jimenez has a page that says only read the next paragraph if you want the trigger warnings and don't view them as spoilers, as I think that's the best way to do it. Yeah, I think it is the best way to do it. I just don't read them. I just skip right over that. Hello, how are you, bestie? What's been happening? We're about to go into our last sprint as well. So we've had a very lengthy chatty bit this time. I opened up a can of worms, didn't I? Jeez. Shook them out. Koda saying hello to everybody and anybody that's here and maybe lurking as well. Rhea saying hello. Honestly, most people on these banning witch hunts haven't even read the books. They just get on a list and go with it. Yeah, there's probably a bit of that too. On that, like if I sit back and think about it, it'd just take I don't know. They just seem like, for lack of a better term, they just seem like they're sheep. They just follow blindly, and it's just like you need to do some fact checking. You need to educate yourself because knowledge is power. And if you've got the knowledge and you're making an educated guess, then it's not going to be so bad. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. Ashley from Bookish Realm has a lot of videos on this topic as she works as a librarian. Very informative videos, enraging but informative. There's a reason why I don't watch it, because I didn't know I had the instinct to want to kill someone that I've never met before. And those sort of things just make me so frustrated, and it just makes me really agitated, and I'm like, it scares me a little bit, so I try not to watch them. That I don't want to do something that I'll regret, or say something that I'll regret. Because I'm not a big believer in voicing every opinion that I have about people. On that, I'll think it, I just don't voice it. I wish parents checked books more and talked to kids. Back when I was on a TikTok, teachers were getting hate for not wanting kids to bring haunting line and icebreaker to share with their friends. Oh, but do you think, okay, here's probably controversial. Do you think that some of these parents were doing it for the shock and awe value of sending such books to school with their kids to see what reaction? Like, it was was it like the kids are like, unless the kids have been exposed to that, they're not going to really know what that stuff is going on in there. Like, yeah, there's some stuff in there that you're like, okay. But do you think it's more the parents that are going, you know what, let's send this to school and see what, stand there stirring the pot, so to speak. Got their little cauldron out and stirring their pot with their large wooden spoon and seeing what reaction they get. Because, I mean, I feel like I've never made a very good schoolgate mum or anything like that. I was not a very good mum in that aspect. I wasn't very social with other school mothers and stuff. And I just, like, from what I used to hear when I was waiting to pick my kids up, it was very much, little Johnny did this and little Johnny did that and Josie done this and Josie done that. And it was a big competition. And then there's other parents that would just do stuff that was so left field that you'd like everybody be talking about them. So do you think in that aspect, Christian, that people were actually sending books to school, those particular books, knowing full well the content in them and sending them with their kids to see what sort of reaction they got? So, yeah, I think that a lot of, like, because let's face it, most grown-ups are children just disguised as grown-ups. So, I know I'm one of them. I pretend to be a grown-up. I'm anything but a grown-up. I'm still waiting to grow up, and I'm 54, so like, I'm still waiting. Elementary school and middle school are not even high school. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Although my kids come home and ask me if they could read 50 Shades of Grey, and I looked at them and I said, "Over my dead body," and they're like, they looked at me and I'm like, don't be contemplating killing me so you can read that book. but I said over my dead body, and I didn't let them read Twilight either, but that's my choice. They're my children. I brought them into the world, and that's my choice. They've read them now. Like, I don't think they've read 50 Shades of Grey. But Neroli maybe, Savannah no. And Savannah's never read Twilight either. But she's not a romancy girl. So, and I don't think Neroli's read Twilight, but she's watched the movies. The thing is, the reason I didn't want my kids reading those books was because it was about obsession. And I used to not like the girls that were obsessive at school about boys. I didn't want my girls to be that way. I wanted my girls to see boys for what they actually are and not blindly follow them, for them to have a voice and stuff like that. And I believe that those books don't, while they're great and entertaining and all that sort of stuff, I don't think they should be banned. I just don't think they're suitable for someone between the ages of 13 and 17 or younger. I think that they need to, not learn that this is something that happens where you're obsessing over a guy or anything like that. It does open up the conversation about guys being possessive and stalkery, which is a really good conversation to have with girls, that, these are red flags. These are not, like if there's consent and all that sort of stuff, yeah, that's a whole different kettle of fish. I'm not talking about like what they were into or anything like that, but the whole obsession side of things, and being like Kristen Gray was quite possessive of whatever her name was. And if you look at it with clear eyes, Edward was also very possessive and controlling over Bella as well. And I didn't want my girls to think that that was okay, because those books portray it is okay, and it is not okay. And so in a way, and I explained to them why I wasn't letting them read it. I didn't just say, no, you're not. I said it over my dead body, but then we had a conversation. And I talked about it and why I think that it wasn't suitable, and they weren't emotionally mature enough to watch to watch the movies when they came out, and or to read the books. I said, and I'm not saying that you can never read the books. I'm just saying you are not emotionally mature enough to read them. There is content in here that could sway your judgment in real life, and I don't think that that is a good thing to do. And they were happy with that. So, yeah. In the US, various radical groups send out lists of books to complain about with guidelines on what to say in the complaints, so activists can get books banned without having to read them. Oh my God, get a life. Sorry. It's because these kids are on TikTok, and those were the most hyped books, and Icebreaker. Yeah. See, I didn't want my kids on, like Savannah never really took to social media, and even now she's not really a social media girly. Like, she's on Instagram and she does watch TikTok a little bit now, but I wouldn't say she's like full on die hard. Neroli, on the other hand, man, she fought me so hard from 10 and up for TikTok. Like, I caught her on TikTok, I took all her devices off her. Then she thought she was being funny and circumnavigated, but she didn't realize the people that I knew. And I'm all over social media with YouTube and all the rest of it. And so she didn't understand the connections that I had. So I found out again. So I walked in. She had stashed one of her old tablets, and it was working, and I didn't know it was working because she told me it was broken, and I believed her because I believe what my children say until they prove otherwise. And she got busted again. So I walked in while she was using it, walked in and just took it straight out of her hand. And I went, that's it, you're done. Took her TV, the whole lot, out of her room. She didn't have anything for ages. And then once she turned 13, I said to her, well, okay, you can have a phone. That I don't really want you on social media. And if you are on social media, I need to be on there, or at least one of our friends needs to be on there to make sure that you're safe. And all the rest of it. But by the time she got to 14, there was no way that I could police that. And I just went, well, I just have to hope and pray that you do the right thing with it. But they all got sat down, because I had a lot of problems with my eldest daughter with nude photos getting sent, boys asking for nude photos. It was so bad at the high school that my girls went to that the police actually came in and actually split the groups up and sat down with them and said to them, this is not allowed. This is not allowed. If you get caught, you will actually end up on a sex offenders list and all this sort of stuff, because it was so bad This was my eldest daughter, so she's just about to turn 25, 26 rather. So yeah, that was her grade, and Neralee's grade also had the same talk about touching each other as well, like essentially sexually assaulting each other while they're at school, and then sending photos and all this sort of stuff. Savannah's year, I was so grateful for Savannah's grade because they were so calm. They were so together. They so didn't cause trouble for the parents. We got a bit of a break. But my eldest and my youngest grades, oh my God, they just did our heads in. I'm sure the coppers were down there just going, I don't understand. What happened? I don't understand. So, yeah. Bring back old-fashioned covers such as spicy books, not cartoons, yeah. It could be most likely parents didn't care enough to check, and parents want their kids to have friends, not a parent. Yeah, I used to say that was a common say. You could ask each one of my girls, that they'll say, "Was mum your friend?" No, she used to say to us, "I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to be your parent. When you're older and you got kids of your own, I'll be your friend then." Also, I love you to death. I'll do anything for you, but I'm here to parent you, not to be your friend. And I'm going to say shit that you don't like. So yeah. Bring back a parent instead of wanting everyone else to parent for you. I have a teaching degree and I don't use it for many reasons, and that's one of them. Yeah, I used to spin teachers out because I'd walk in and I'd be called up to the school or for whatever reason and whatnot, and you could tell the teacher was trying to step on eggshells to broach a subject and all the rest of it. And I would walk in and say, I'm a realist and I know how bad my child can be, so just give it to me so I can sort it for you. Because I know that parents have got to sort it because teachers have their hands tied. They can't, you can't even reprimand a child these days without getting dragged off to the courts or anything like that. Even if the child's in the wrong, like that, you've got to say all this, you can't sit them down and go, you shouldn't do this or anything like that. You've got to bring the parents up and all that sort of stuff. And it's just hard for teachers. I'm not saying it should be back the way when I was at school. I don't agree with that either, but there has to be some sort of happy medium where, you've got these children that are spending copious amount of times with these adults, and they need to be able to pull them into line on that. So I always just made it easier for the teachers. I'm a realist and I know how bad my children can be. I live with them. I'm well aware that my children are not angels, not by a long shot. I remember having a conversation with a few parents on the playground who were complaining about what a particular mother was wearing. It was about their son should not be exposed to how she dressed. My response was, why not teach them to respect women no matter what? That's exactly right. And my son was also taught that as well. Women have the right to wear whatever they want. You, as a human, need to respect that and treat them with respect regardless of what they're wearing. And no means no. And don't be silly, wrap your willy. So many things. So many things I said. I am so not a PC parent at all. We've been romanticizing a lot. We've been romanticizing a lot of abusive relationships. Don't even get me started on Colleen Hoover. Yeah, I've read It Ends With Us. And my first husband was a domestic violent person, and he went to jail for abusing me and all the rest of it. And I can appreciate that book for what it is and all that sort of stuff, but romanticizing it is just wrong on so many levels. So many levels. Will I watch the TV show? Probably. So, yeah. It was apparent she was picking up her kids after her workout. Yeah, it shouldn't matter what a person wears. I mean, as long as they're not naked. At least cover yourself. I don't need to see your junk and your bits hanging out, and nor does anybody else for that matter. But, as long as you're covered, that's fine. Doesn't matter what you wear. Just don't have your junk hanging out, right? Because no one wants to see that. So, yeah. Hey, Courtney, how you going? Everybody's saying hello. You can't fail students who don't do work. Yeah. I had heard that. I didn't know how true that was. And when This one made me laugh. I cracked up laughing when this came. This was a news story that broke here. I don't know if it's a thing in the United States or anywhere else in the world, but here in Australia, okay. And I think maybe even New Zealand was part of this as well, that red pens could no longer be used to mark students' work because it was traumatizing. I don't know what group of people were sitting around, and actually, when I was walking through the house when I heard this story, and I and I heard it, and I'm like, I stopped and I went, "Say what?" Anyway, basically I stopped and watched the story. Teachers were not allowed to mark students' tests or work or assignments or whatever with red pen anymore because it was traumatic to the children who were getting the papers back. And I'm like, are you for real? It's a bloody red pen. I actually looked at my girls and said, if you come home complaining because your teacher has marked your work with a red pen, you need to just take yourself to your room and out of my sight because I don't want to hear it. I'm just like, oh my God, the world has gone crazy. Have you read Watership Down? No, I haven't. It is actually on I Want to Read. A few of my favorite booktubers have read it and love it, and it is on my Want to Read though. People have been romanticizing abusive relationships for thousands of years. It's nothing new. Yeah, you only have to look to the Greek mythology. Yeah, even the gods had abuse going on. So yeah, what chance do us mere mortals have, right? Hayley, Glenda, and Chris from Courtney. It's tough being a kid and parents these days, yeah. So a few years ago, I was a virtual tutor. Parents who had different accounts than the students were asking me to do assessments on their kids so they would pass. Oh, my God. For fuck's sake. I know, right? That's exactly what I said. Oh, for fuck's sake. Actually, that sounds about right. In the PC day and age, you'll probably get people coming at me for that. But my response is, take a concrete pill and tough it up. My kids have got, I swear they must have thick skin because, like, I just say this shit all the time. I'm like, oh, toughen up, princess. You'll be fine. Put your big girl panties on. Suck it up. Off you go. You'll be right. Push them out into the big wide world. So I usually tell them to take a spoonful of concrete. Toughen the fuck up. My kids are probably going to be in therapy. I meant it with love. I'm just not a very PC person. I didn't demoralize them or anything. I'm just like, please. But as they've got older, they now understand. Like, it was never something that was like, I was never harsh with them to the point where they were demoralized or traumatized or anything like that. But I was real with them because you've got to raise them to send them out into the big wide world. And let's face it, the big wide world outside these walls is not a great place on that. So, you know, there's some down and out freaking assholes out there. So, yeah, I know. Crazy about red pens. I'm shocked. Excuse me? And I think I even said to Savannah, oh, Christ, you wouldn't have survived if you were going to school when I did. There was red pens everywhere. Like, they even wrote in red pen that whether it was positive or negative, it was written. So we always swing the pendulum so far in other directions, like how we went from no spice ever to at least our kids are giving them spice. Abusive kids are raising entitled brats. Also, giving kids a spice should land you on a list. Yeah. Read what you want, but let kids be kids. Yeah, this has always been my big thing too. Like, kids have to grow up in this day and age of social media and all that sort of stuff. They grow up way too fast anyway. It goes in a blink of an eye. You know, like it feels like just yesterday, Naralee was in the kitchen making flatbreads with me in her Tinkerbell dress, you know. But she's now not living at home, and she's a grown-ass woman being lippy to the world. She's a sassy little individual at times. Actually, I'm not surprised kids are getting soft these days. Sometimes, me being 20. Imagine being me at 54 and looking back and going, "What the freaking hell has happened?" Like I've even said to my girls, "You would not have survived my childhood." And then when I sit down and tell, like, because I've had that conversation, you know, what is not acceptable from parents and all that sort of stuff, because I was an abused child. And, you know, I've had to have those tough conversations with them and explain to them why they don't see their grandparents, who only live 5 hours down the road, I might add, and they've never met them, and why I made that decision. And they're okay with it. Like, they understand it because I was honest with them and all the rest of it. And I've said to them, like, when they've been having, you know, problems with their friends and stuff like that, and I'm like, this is why I raised you the way I've raised you, so you have conflict resolution. You don't have to, you know, you can talk your way out of stuff. You can talk your way into a resolution and stuff like that. And this is why I've raised you the way I have. I said, but you guys would not, you know, like the things that they talk about now, and how shocked they are by different things. I'm like, you guys would not have survived my childhood. They wouldn't have that, because they have not been exposed to that ever. Like they've had that, and like their elder sister gave us pretty much a run for money. Like there was, you know, drug abuse and addiction and dumping of her child on us and all that, and they've had to endure that, and it's made them the people they are today. That's made them a little bit more compassionate, and all that sort of stuff. It's also made them very I would say one of them is not as tolerant as I thought she would have been towards drug abuse and stuff like that. And, you know, understanding, like she understands that it's a disease and some people can't help it. But that's because she's traumatized by what happened with her biggest sister, her older sister. And she still doesn't talk to her older sister. Yeah, it's hard, like, but I just think to myself, they wouldn't have survived my childhood at all. To clarify, a YA book with some spicy things isn't what I'm talking about. Yeah, I didn't think you were talking about that. I'm talking about dark romance where the plot is just spiced. Yeah. Yeah, well, like Haunting Adeline. Hello. No, you're not reading that. People always say, I read worse things at their age, so it should be fine. Shouldn't we be better? I read a lot of stuff I shouldn't have and put myself in situations I'd never want for my nieces. I had a family member talking to me about 50 Shades and using what I was reading to groom me. My situation is not everyone's, but it was so normalized. Yeah, I didn't realize until years later that it wasn't okay. And I think for a lot of people, and this is not just like, you know, I think a lot of people are still exposed to this stuff, but I think it was more prominent, you know, like like the 40s, the 50s, 60s, there was a lot of grooming and stuff going on. Not so much the books weren't accessed like they are today, where we've got access to more stuff and all that sort of stuff. But there was always that, you know, things that you were exposed to that you didn't realize were bad until you were older, and then you're like, holy shit, that's not right. That, you know, because it's crossing a line for you, and under no circumstances is it right in of any means of account, but it is the way it usually goes a lot of the time. People don't understand what's happening to them until they're a lot older, and they've got, you know, and then they meet someone, or they read something that where it is explained to be bad, or they meet someone that went through something. Like for me, I just thought it was normal that you got beat up by your dad and all that sort of stuff. Like I just thought that was normal, and your mother didn't like you and all that sort of stuff, because every person that I hung around, it was normal. That's what happened. If you did something wrong, you got your ass handed to you by your parents. You know, if you were disrespectful to your elders, there was bound to be a clip up the back of the head. if you didn't address someone in the correct way, there'd be a clip up the back of the head. In some cases, a foot in the ass. And then there's also the grooming and the sexual nature and all that sort of stuff as well that used to happen. And that sort of stuff you don't really understand until you get older, and you're like, whoa, this is not right. And it usually takes to read something or to meet someone in the same situation that is more traumatized than you were, so you then understand that it was wrong. And I think a lot of people come from that sort of standpoint in a lot of ways. I'm 29. It's a lot more normalized now. Yeah. I'm so glad I didn't have to live through what my parents did, especially my father, because wow, yeah. The best one, this is still irks me to I've got over it. I've worked through it. Yeah, it happened to me. There's nothing, I can never get an apology or anything like that. It is what it is, and I've just moved on from it. But you know what still irks me to this day? When my dad used to beat on me like nothing else, and I'd have a fat lip or, slightly swollen. He was really good at hiding the bruises occasionally. Then I'd got days off school because I couldn't go to school with a fat lip. And it wasn't until I was in high school that I realized that's when I really started to realize this is not right. He's keeping me home from school because I have injuries that can be seen, right? So, but what pissed me off the most, and it grates on my nerves still to this day, and why I don't like people touching me when I'm crying, if I'll come to you, but if you come to me, I have a very visceral reaction. And that's when someone, he would beat on me pretty bad, and then he'd say, 5 minutes later, I'm just whooping my ass like nothing else. I'm still sobbing, can barely breathe because I'm almost hyperventilating from crying. And he'd say, now come and give me a cuddle. And if I didn't give him a cuddle, he would whoop on my ass even further. And it was fucking pisses me off still to this day. I don't think I'll ever get over that. I hate it, because even now, when I get super upset, my husband won't actually touch me unless I go to him. If I go to him, then he'll embrace me. But if I'm crying, he won't come to me because he knows that he'll get a reaction from me, and I become violent almost. I push away and I just start yelling, and it's like flicking a switch and I got crazy. Or as he liked to say, there's no need to get batshit crazy. I was just giving you a hug. So yeah. Also, a lot of women won't read porn and not want men to do anything like that. Cannot have it both ways. Women, want to read porn, but don't want men to treat them that way. Yeah. Not telling grown women that they can or cannot read, but it's porn. It is. It's a dirty book. It's exactly what it is. It's a dirty book. Hey, Jean, how you going? I've been reading Got to 31%, a Ruler and Men series by Jay Crownover. I will be going. Oh, sounds like a storm out there. I will be going to bed. Tomorrow's an in-person day. Oh, I'm sorry, Jean. Hello to Jean from Chris. I read a romance book that was popular and I was just thinking, am I the only person who thinks the male lead is just controlling and a stalker? Most of them are. The wooden spoon. Oh, yeah. I laugh about this now. My mum always wielded the wooden spoon. And I learned very early on when she'd come for you, because she'd come for you and she'd wait until you were down on the ground when she'd come for you. But I learned very quickly, if you bring your knees up, they crack over your knees. My mum went through so many wooden spoons on me. I know I shouldn't laugh. I know it's abuse and all the rest of it, but I have these visualizations that sometimes things come back to me like flashbacks or whatever you want to call them, when my mum would come at me and she'd hit me with the wooden spoon. She'd end up with one bit and the other parts across the bloody lounge room. On that, I must say, and even as a kid, when she used to break it, I used to chuckle on the inside because I used to know that would flip a switch in her, something chronic. But it just made me feel so good. Break the spoon. I don't know what that says about me. BDSM especially, which is what a lot of books claim to be about. people are going to have very dangerous views because it is abuse. Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you, Jean. I appreciate it. I was with a controlling guy because in my mind, we were in that type of relationship, barely 18. I knew nothing. I am blessed to have gotten away before it got any worse and that I didn't move in with him. Yeah, I didn't. I went from my abusive father to an abusive husband. So yeah, which is a lot of time that what happens. And I had a quarter life crisis. And that's a thing. A lot of people I know have had a quarter life crisis. I had a quarter life crisis, and yeah, got out of there. Got out of Dodge. Hello, Chris. Are reading anything good? I think we need to allow consenting adults to read what they want to read and not judge them or try to psychoanalyze their choices. Yeah, like if they psychoanalyzed my choices, they'd be like, you're an interesting individual, aren't you? So yeah, what Chris said. Gina, I'm reading a women's prize nonfiction long list, so it's a lot of trauma. I recommend A Story of the Heart to you. Awesome. Yeah, I thought it was normal to have a large piece of wood making my ass bleed. Apparently, it's not. No, it's not. It's supposed to be pleasurable, not painful. Oh, it's a little bit of pain, but like it's supposed to be pleasurable pain. So yeah. So no, that's not good. Not judging or psychoanalyzing. I read psychological thrillers. Go, Christian. Can you imagine if people tried to psychoanalyze our choices every March? I know, right? They would think we're masochists. I know, right? That's exactly it. That's why I said, oh, you're an individual. You're an interesting individual, aren't you? You come over here so we can put some stuff in your brain. Work out how you work. All right. Well, I'm going to do a 45-minute sprint. And yeah. That was a very long chatty bit because I was supposed to go to a sprint at 1:30, 1:15. It is now almost 2:45. So yeah. Anyway, that was a very interesting conversation. And now you can go and analyze everything I've said. Or read a book, perhaps. All right, let me just bring up this because I had to shut down. So yeah. Interesting. All right, let me just change the timer. What's the time? Actually, I'll do a 40-minute sprint, and that'll give us 10 minutes to wrap up. And that'll give me time to do a little bit more filming. I won't get any reading in. Let me just refresh that. And I'll start that timer, and I will see you all in 40 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. Right, we're back. How did everybody go in that short sprint? That was our last sprint. I forgot to put the little banner up, So that was our last sprint for today, but Koda and I will be back on Friday at 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. Eastern, for Seriously Serious Book Club. And I think we're on to the next book. We're on to the last section of the Beautiful Chaos. I ended up having to read a little bit quicker because, I was going to lose it to Libby. So I didn't want to play Libby Chicken, so I finished it last night. Or yesterday at some stage. Yesterday morning, I think it was. I did watch a video just then. I am not going to get into it, but it's the Daniel Green and Naomi King thing that happened on BookTube this week. And I don't want to get into it or anything because I don't know. I don't have enough information or anything like that. But there seems to be a little bit of backpedaling happening right now, which is a bit it's unfortunate that something was made so public and it was false allegations and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, anyway, it doesn't sit well with me when people do videos for things about private stuff. Like, it's not private stuff. It shouldn't be private. Like, I'm not disregarding anybody that's been sexually assaulted or anything like that. It's horrific when you go through that. And sometimes there's no getting over it, but I don't think making a video if you don't have all your ducks in a row is a good idea. So yeah, and there is a lot of backpedaling by a lot of people right now because they now have all the information. And I was just watching Murphy Napier. She just made an apology video saying that she reacted in a emotional way instead of a way with, that she should have reacted, getting all the information first, letting both parties have their say and all that sort of stuff. It's such a tricky situation. It's such a tricky situation indeed. So yeah, but it was very interesting. I haven't watched his video yet. I'm about to watch that. So I was just sitting on the sidelines going, ooh, I probably would have went about that a different way. But anyway, let me just go and find where we were up to. I did not. Where was it? It was. Oh, there we go. I did start it. Jeez, you were chatty while we were in sprint. I just realized I just scrolled way up. Oh, dear me. Anyway, Krista says we had a very long conversation for anyone that just joined. It actually almost went for an hour and a half. So, yeah. They're very, and Christian saying they are important conversations to have. Chris says, by the way, I find people who read romance novels, the clean kind, to be the rudest and most frightening people. Chris. No, they're not. I love our long combos. Yeah, we do have them every now and again. They do go off on a bit of a tangent, don't we? The romance fans are always getting into fights at the libraries and the local stores in my area. Just awful people. So that's your experience. It's not all people, but they're people in your area. No. Well, I don't read any spice, so any romance read is closed door and clean. So do with that what you will, Chris. Consider yourself being put in place. Christian has come back and just said, no. That's not happening. I don't agree with that. I hate it when we refer to closed door romance as clean. Sex isn't dirty. I know, it's not. It's a part of human nature. How do you all think you got here? Like, it all had to happen that way. And of course, artificial insemination and all, but majority people, they get here. So yeah. Sexist and dirty, and making the choice to not read about explicit doesn't make it morally superior. No, it does not. No, it does not. That's not Christian. That's not coming at you at all. I'm talking about the Chris is referring to, just to clarify. Clean is not my word. It is what these people use a lot in their flyers. Insanity. I love how we've done all this chatting and Nightbelt has not once told us to hide right. So remember to drink water, y'all. I know, right? He comes in, he full on spams right at the beginning, and then he spams about halfway through, and then at the end he's like, oh, fuck it, these people, they're just talking too much. I'm out. Decisions I've made for mental health, addiction, and faith. People online tell me to grow up and read Spice, like being an adult means that you must read Spice. No, I don't agree with that at all. Christian, you read what you want to read, and if you don't want to read super spicy stuff because it makes you uncomfortable, it's just something that you don't want to read. You know, it's the same as a romance person saying to someone that only reads horror that they're not reading because they only read horror. Like, it's you shouldn't have to grow up if you want to read what you want to read. Yeah, I figured, Chris, I was responding to the idea of clean versus dirty romance being as being descriptors. Yeah. There are words on the list for pressuring people into doing stuff like they're not comfortable with. But IG and TikTok, not the majority I know, think it's okay. Haven't experienced that here. No, I haven't really experienced much. Well, actually, I've experienced more shitty behavior from humans in the crafting arena than I have in the booktube arena. Oh no, so yeah. I think for the most part, you know, we're a pretty enlightened bunch. And, you know, while we may think certain things about different situations and all, and have different opinions about other things and all that sort of stuff, I think as a collective, we're quite capable of understanding our differences without making it an issue. So yeah, I honestly have received more shitty behavior from the craft community than what I have ever here on. I don't think I've ever even had a negative comment here on BookTube. It is actually a really nice part of the world, apart from what happened this week. That was happening with other people, not me. But for the most part, it's a pretty nice part of the world. It is, you know, as I said, I think we're a fairly enlightened bunch, and we're very empathetic, and we're very understanding of each other's differences and opinions, and without getting offense, like taking offense to what someone's saying. I think, yeah, I just, as I said, I don't think I've experienced any real hate at all. No hate at all. Yeah. On that. So that's a good thing. Like, hey, Jess, how you going? Christian, I totally agree. I think it's a personal choice and there's no morality behind any of it. Clean romance and spicy romance are just marketing terms and ways for social media not to flag it. I don't like calling it spice, but it's easier. Yeah. You know, calling it erotica would be more honest. Well, I'd have to disagree with that because while, yes, it borders on to erotica, I think erotica can be a lot more tasteful, okay, than some of the spice that I've read in books. Because the spice that I have read has been in dark romance. So there's red flags everywhere. This is not something you want to aspire to have in a relationship unless you're a sycophant and that's the way you roll. And you want to be treated that badly by someone, then that you do you, boo. But I think with erotica, like there's some pretty appalling erotica out there. I wouldn't even call literature. Some words on a page on that, but there are some books out there that is quite tasteful and done very well, and it's flat out erotica. Like there's no whole buts. It's very explicit and all that sort of stuff. And I think that some of the, like, I wouldn't even compare some of the smut that I've read in dark romances to erotica, because erotica is not all about red flags and all the rest of it. It can be erotica but be a sensual love story at the same time. So yeah, so like I think the dark romances, it's just smut. That's all it is. It's just smut, spice, smut, whatever you want to call it. Like I think, and also like it's also different because there are books out there that are spicy that have not closed door, like it is, you know, they're doing the do or whatever, but it's also a romantic story. So I would class that as spice, but the dark romance stuff and all that, I would class that as smut because it's not shit that you want in your life. You just enjoy reading about it. That. So yeah, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Calling it erotica would be more honest, but apps wouldn't like that on their reels. Yeah, true. Again, not judging people who read it. I used to, just that it's a better term, or at least dark romance spice means different things to different people, and it can be very confusing. Yes, it can. And erotica is marketed in a completely different way as well. I know not all spice readers are the ones on TikTok that are giving you all a bad rep, though. BookTube community is the best. Jessica Kiwi's gone off to have some dinner. Made it to page 150. Question is to go with cheese, bread things, or fries with my tuna salad? Fries with the tuna salad. Fries with the tuna salad would be good. Just get fries. Everyone's saying fries. Never notice the little heartbeat flickers on the timer. Yes, it does. Fries it is. Good stuff. Thanks, friends. It got to 33% in Shadow Sister. I finished. Oh, is that Shadow Sister? Is that a NetGalley one? I think I've got that. Is it good? Who's it by? I'm pretty sure I got that. Or maybe I got rejected for it. Probably got rejected for it. That's why I remember it. I'm pretty sure I have it. My Sister's Shadow is what I have. No, it's not it's not that one. That's fine. It's fine. Different book. Same title, but different book slightly. Reading Wild Tries by Mackenzie Reed tonight at 48%. Awesome. Kristen is working. A good night, everyone, from Mary. I need to organise for the day without power for most of the day tomorrow. Due to the landlord doing some work tomorrow, I may spend a few hours at the library. That sounds like a great place. Hydrating with a chai I made with water. Nice. Nicole, how do you think we all got here? Me being miraculous conception. Oh, Jessica Kiwi, you always crack me up. You're awesome. I don't read a lot of spice. I prefer books with less focus on romance and more focus on plot. I'm the same. And you know, throw all the trauma you can in as well. I'm like, I love it how everybody calls Chris out for trauma, but no one calls me out. Like, I read the same books as Chris. No one calls me out. And poor Chris is copping it left, right, and center, trauma field and all the things. I read the same books. So I just called myself out. There you go, Chris. You won't feel so alone now. I'm with you. I'm with you. The romance people and the craft people are truly the most vicious, always fighting, always rude, getting banned in several places. Yeah, like there's been a couple of times. Like, I actually just had recently on the craft channel. I had in my video, I was doing a tutorial. I had plain nails, but on the tips, I had glitter. Now, this was an assumption on this asshole's part, right? And she was an asshole. There's no other word for it. She decided to wake up and she was going to inflict her bitterness on the rest of the world that day. So she's landed onto my page and she's decided that she was going to attack my nails that were clean. And had a little bit of glitter on them. And she says to me, I can't remember exact word, but the gist of it was, I know that you spend a lot of the money on your nails, but do you really have to? I just pictured her saying it that way. And then, where I had my nails painted in black, okay, looking like cat claws, hadn't been infilled or anything, and said how much that was so much better. And I'm like, I don't know what crazy ass shit you put on your Fruit Loops this morning, love, but you need to just piss off. Like, why did she feel the need to come in and attack my nails? Like, because I spent money on them. What was she thinking, that she was going to get a following because I'm privileged enough to go and get my nails done? Never mind the fact that, you know, I just worked 6 months, worked my ass off to get my nails done, and I haven't had my nails done in like 18 months because I can't afford to get them anymore. Like, it just really, really irked me. And yeah, so I hadn't even been back on the craft channel for a week on that because I took some time off last year because everybody being such nasty people over there. So yeah. Menopausal women are the worst, I'm telling you. Like, and I can say that with great confidence because the age, because you know how like YouTube gives you the analytics of the age groups and everything that watch your channel, and the rest of it, they're all menopausal. They're just a pack of bitches, I'm telling you. And I can say that because I am menopausal myself, but I choose not to inflict my nastiness on the world. Didn't read anything Brennan says, but thanks for the sprints. That's okay. Thanks for being here. Christine, I thought you had disappeared completely. Pause to hydrate, snack. Tell us what you eat because we know to check the laundry, do all the other things as well. And don't forget to subscribe and hit that like button. Vanessa and I have been talking a lot in sprints and having fun. We have drastically opposite reading taste because we're decent people, and she chose the wrong Ramathon team. That's funny. I don't get forced to do anything in booktube conversations. People make fun of my trauma because I'm glad they do. I need the laughs. That's cool. I'm glad you like it. Glenda got to chapter 19 in the book. Awesome. I think erotica is its own genre entirely. Yes, I agree. Erotica doesn't have a romantic plot or a happily ever after. Yeah, it depends which one you're reading, because I have read some books where they do have happily ever afters. So yeah, and I've also read erotica that's had plot too. So you're obviously picking off the wrong erotica tree there. So yeah, there is classy. I'm just trying to think of a couple of titles. I'll have to go and look it up. I haven't read erotica for ages. Like, it's not something that I read a lot of. Erotica I read had plot, kinda. See, I think there's erotica written by men, and then there's erotica written by women. I prefer to read erotica written by women as opposed to written by men, because 9 times out of 10, erotica written by men is their fantasy. On that, so yeah, there's that, and it's like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. I don't think so. You'll know when it's been written by a man because you find yourself saying a lot. No, I don't think so. No, that's not right. So yeah, speak of the devil, and the Nightbot appears. Remember to subscribe. Whereas Open Door Romance, the sex isn't the main point, the romantic plot and the character are the central focus. Yeah. As Linda Martel once said, genres are funny little things. They are funny little things. Everybody has a different terminology for things, and other people think these are things that should be in this one and that one and all the things. And yeah, I'm talking about dark romance, not just Open Door. Authors putting out multiple books every year where it's just smut, no plot, with adults who can read all they want, but that's what it is. Yeah. Steamy might be a better word. Yeah, different book. The one I had is My Sister's Shadow. So there's just a my there. So it comes out on the 18th and it archived on the 21st of January. So yeah, there's that. I'm confused. By all these labels. Am I not Googling them, or just move on? Don't worry about it, Chris. Don't Google whatever you do. Don't Google. Oh, don't Google. No. I am watching Kate Beckinsale's version of Emma. Nice. Is it good? I hated that book. I hated Emma. Oh, we ate Mississippi pork butt and we're watching postmodern jukebox videos. Awesome. How was the Mississippi pork butt? Was it good? Was it as good as you were expecting? Steamy and spicy mean different things to different people. That's exactly right. That's why marketing is hard. Reviews show this. People say there is more than advertised, while others will say there wasn't as much as advertised. See, I cannot say whether something is spicy or not because my level of spice to someone else's level of spice, I think, as to coin a phrase from Neva, I think my spice meter is broken. So yeah, like what other people find too spicy, I'm like, like, so yeah, I guess. So yeah, hello to Koda. It's not whether or not you read trauma anyway. It's when you read trauma that makes you crazy. Attacking someone nails this. It was a choice. Like, yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like, isn't he, you asshole? Like, if she had been standing in front of me, I would have called her an asshole. Like, take your vile, bitter self somewhere else and leave people alone. I know, like, wow. And then the ugly ones, she's like, because they were so nice too. They was just when you get a French tip, you've just got the white tip. Well, I just had silver glitter, so you could barely see it. Because I actually had to look. I'm like, what is wrong with my nails? I went and had a look, and I'm like, can't even tell. Anyway, it's like, what the heck? Grown women on book talk embarrassing themselves and harassing people, even teens, because a dark romance book is part of why I just got off TikTok. That and me wasting a lot of time scrolling. Yeah, I just don't go on TikTok. It just seems to be a cesspool. Being bitter because someone has pretty nails is truly wild. Yeah. I've also had someone say but I'm not the only person that happens to. There's a lady that I watch. She does long arm quilting. I aspire to be her when I grow up. She's been quilting for about 18 years. And if I remember correctly, her father-in-law got her into, was it her or was that, no, that was someone else. I can't remember how she got into long arm quilting, but she done a video, I think it was a short or a reel somewhere. Her name's Natalie Boner. And she's a stunning artist with her quilt machine. Like, I inspire to be her. And basically, she done a video, like she's a bit like me. She just doesn't give a flying rat's ass. Anyway, she addressed some of the nasty comments and all that sort of stuff, because obviously some of her people have said, gee, you're getting a lot of nasty comments. So I got one of these too when I first started on YouTube. She said that someone attacked her face once, like said, why would we want to look at your face? Or it must have been the same person that did it to me, because I did a live stream and someone came in after the live stream and basically put on the comments, why would I want to sit here and look at your face? And then just proceeded to be really nasty and everything in the comments about how whatever I can't even remember what I was saying at the time. I was talking about quilt block or something. And just basically told me I knew nothing and all this sort of stuff, and just like have had it. Like, waited until I wasn't live because it was a live stream, and then came back and watched it on the replay, and then proceeded to give me just some beautiful commentary, like, made me feel tops. And at that point I was very new to YouTube, and it almost made me to get off it because I thought, I don't know if I'm going to be able to deal with this. And then I'm like, no. So then she got a nice little response from me, and she was told to F right off. And then she was banned, so she couldn't come back and say anything else. So my policy now is, if you're an ass, you just get blocked straight away. You don't have the privilege of watching me. In my head, that's how I word it. I'm like, I'm out. You're out. Gone. See ya. Done. I'm not entering into it with you anymore. There was one a couple of weeks ago. I can't even remember what it was about now. I don't often respond in kind. Yeah, but my potty mouth and brain and fingers got the better of me on the keyboard, and I went out at her and I left it there long enough for her. I think it was there for a couple of hours, so it was long enough. I didn't respond until I knew that she was awake, because when she commented, it was the middle of the night, so I knew that she was in America, so I didn't see it. And the spelling and everything told me that they were in America, and so I waited until I knew she was going to see it, and I responded and told her, "Well, you're just a rude individual, aren't you?" And I left it there long enough for her to see it, and then I deleted it. So I didn't get anything back, but it was there long enough for her to see it, and a few other people as well. I love Postmodern Jukebox. Too addictive though, so I only binge them occasionally. Fair enough. We have more important issues than women getting their nails done. I know, right? Don't inflict your sickness, afflict your sickness somewhere else. Speaking of Nicole and crafting, she has crafty sprints tomorrow. Yes, I do. They start at 9 a.m. Australian Eastern. I'm going to crochet tomorrow again. I think maybe, I don't know. I might actually do a diamond painting tomorrow. Feeling a bit diamond painting. No, disappopping, just lurking, hanging out with the sis. Yeah, Tia, read Special Delivery. Vanessa reads her books with inanimate objects, and I. You're talking about Unhinged, right? I read a few of those as well. And I read Christian nonfiction and psychological thrillers, and we just live and let live and vibe. Yeah, that's it. Like, we all read different stuff. Video idea for Nicole. Erotica recommendations. Oh, no thanks. No. I'll pass. So yeah. I'm pretty open about everything, but yeah, no. Because then that just opens the door. People coming at me. I just don't need it. That's fair, and it makes sense. Special Delivery has a happily ever after, happy now, and romance, and a lot of other stuff as well. 2 days until Nakoda's next Seriously Serious. Tomorrow on the BookTube channel, I do have my predictions video coming out at a 7 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which is 4 p.m. Eastern. I think it's coming out. I might actually push it back to 8 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. So you will get to see what I'm thinking is going to be on the Women's Prize for Fiction, a long list. It's fun. I love it. Last year I did a little bit of a romance heavy one, but that was because I was taking the piss. And then this year I was a little bit more serious, and Chris was helping me this year as well. So I was a little bit more serious about the predictions, and I went scouring and all the things. So you'll have to check it out tomorrow. Yeah, because it is Women's Prize season, which means that I do the crazy thing and read all the books. This will make you laugh, Nicole. The craft people chose Trespass book of the month. Well, they were going to do a craft project devoted to the book, and then then they mouthed off and got banned. That's hot. Love it. Yeah, so there's a lot of this in Special Delivery. And Koda says I might have Matrix. Look, and you didn't get flagged by what's his face, Nightbot. I finished 20% of Infectious Generosity by Chris Anderson, one of the guys who started TED Talks. Good book so far, probably 5 stars. Nice. Koda's had a few drinks. Women know anatomy. Back when I used to read things, I have conversations that would take me out of many stories and conversations. Know what and where a cervix is if you're gonna write stuff. It's so true. Oh my God. Do you need a book? That's what you need to say to those people. Here's a book. Go study. Come back to me when you finish studying. It was as good as I expected. Love me some pork, but nice. You need to try it with beef. I like the pork roast better in general, but honestly, this one is better with moo. Okay, cool. The ugly one. If we're talking about someone on my YouTube channel over on the crafting. Well-written spice is also different from cringe bad writing. I've read really mild scenes where they were just gross because of how they were written. Yeah, this is very true. This is very true. Remember to hydrate. Oh, Nightbot finally doing his job. I know, right? Excuse me. Jamie, the version of Hey Ya Kicks. Just posted a photo in Discord. Nice. Nicole, did you find the Highland book somewhere so you can read it before Outletter? No, I have not found it yet. And I don't want to pay $50 for the book. And the Kindle was like $30. Like, it was just ridiculous. Sad part about that is a lot of those writers are women. They should know better. Yeah. I think, I don't know. It's hard. You know when a man's written it though. Like, you can tell. Like, you definitely can tell. All right. That is the end of the comments. It's like there is a rule book for what to call things in those scenes. They are almost always cringe with the wording. I know. Do you know what I really hate the most is when you're reading a book and someone calls their vag my sex, and I'm like, who are you and why are you writing this like that? Every time I read it, I'm like, and it's even worse when I hear it. Like, it's like, yeah. What video is this? Are you sharing my video before it's gone public? What video is that, Koda? It hasn't gone public yet. That's only on Discord. Or her entrance, I know, right? And I'm like, does she have a door? Oh, okay. No, it's hey, yeah. Okay, no worries. I don't like. I'm scared to click on the link, to be honest. Yeah. I will. I'll have to. You'll have to send that to me in Voxer because I can't click on it, and I don't want to open up YouTube. But anyway, I was supposed to be finished 48 minutes ago. It is definitely a choice when they decide to use her entrance. It's like, it doesn't even sound romantic. It sounds like she's a door. I'm going to be chuckling all afternoon for this. While I'm editing a video, I'm going to be laughing. I'd actually click my link, Kristen. Oh, dear me. I wouldn't mind, like, just every time I read a smutty book or something like that, just getting a list of all the different things that they call a female's genitalia. Love tunnel. Just a thank you, Glenda, for being here. I really do appreciate it. It was a fun. Good night, everyone. See you all tomorrow and take care. Oh, now Koda's yelling at you, Christian. Click my link. Right. Love tunnel. Nice. Come on into my love tunnel. It just even sounds cringy, right? Like, you can't even say it with a serious face. Like, enter my entrance. Like, it's just wrong. You know what? I want to just write a book that is nothing but cringe and see what sort of response I get. Koda, can I dictate to you when you write it and put it into words? And we'll just get every cringe thing from the spicy books and put it together. And then market it as a really serious book and see how much legs it gets. Oh, yeah. I love stirring the pot. Started laughing. That really red that link is her entrance. Oh, far out. Oh. My laptop has already had a lot of issues because it's old without adding viruses to it. That's fair enough. It is an Akani ride, right? That's it. It just sounds like either like it's a carnival, the love tunnel. And an entrance, she sounds like she's a door. Oh, far out. Yesterday was nerve-wracking waiting to know if it was my charger or my laptop that was broken. It was charged but stuck on a loading screen with pop-ups about the charger. Ooh. Obviously, it was the charger. Stirring her pot. It can be a ride. Well, yeah, it can. Yeehaw. Ride 'em, cowgirl. You're not supposed to ride the County's chest. Entrance to the haunted house. That's it, right? You'll get makeup on your car seats. Oh, shit. White makeup. I'm not looking it up, but I'm sure there are books about doors. Yes, it is. It's called Unhinged. It's all about the door and how she gets on with the door. Whoops. Not a card writing. All right. All right, it's been a lot of fun, my friends. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. If you're and today, if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, if you're into crafts, come and join me tomorrow at the same time. We'll be doing a little bit of sprinting and yeah, we won't be talking about smutty books. Well, maybe if Koda comes over and starts doing all the things he does in the comments. And if you haven't yet subscribed and you've been lurking in the background, be sure to hit that subscribe button and jump over to the like button and also give me a thumbs up as well. I would love for you to come out and hang out with us because you can participate in the conversation in the comments if you are subscribed. And there's still more going on. Unhinged is about a door or the knob. The door. It's about the door. It is definitely. She has sex with her door. Not even surprised what a time this was. It was with protection, maybe. Is that? I can't even make out what that is. Is that a little pew-pew? I was a carny once. See you tomorrow, Jess. Thanks for being here. One of those flowers that squirts or twice. Once or twice. Yep. Did anyone break the rule? What rule? I don't know what you're doing. Squirting flowers. I have no neighbors to hear this video. Flowers is another cringy word. Oh, her bud, I know, right? What was I watching? Oh, it's in Friends where Monica is saying that she was going to give her flower to some guy, and Rachel turns around. No one calls it a flower, and if you keep saying that, no one's going to want your flower. I'm like, never have truer words been spoken. Stop it. Squirting flowers. I will not listen to you or Koda's lives outside. We have no rules, that's right. Nightbot is telling you to come over and join the Discord. Oh, Jesus. I've got, you have no idea the scenes that are playing in my head right now. God. Remember to hydrate. Whispers slipped. I broke Nightbot's rule about hydrating and show some love to the like button as well. Oh, dear me. And with that, we are going to say good night. Princess Parts. Oh, dear me. Remember during the Koda's chatty bits to eat and drink at your own risk. With that, I'm going it's so true, right? I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for the laughs today, everybody, and the serious conversation that we have that we've had. But I'm going to bounce because I've got a video to edit. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. And, of course, I will see you all in the next video. Keep an eye out for my predictions video for the Women's Prize for Fiction tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, wherever you may be. And I'll catch you in the next video. Bye, everyone.